Hello.
Hi.
Oh, he's done
On
it.
the sixth flag.
What?
For a tongue topping out.
Outshot.
On the second leg, Scotland.
Chasing and gets it.
Flag, Duff.
Finds the rabbit. He was with a nice 32. Gets the 32 and 104 there.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to the first double session day of Series 9 here at the Modus Super Series. Yesterday, Carl Wilson's wonderful arrows saw him make it through to finals night on Saturday evening. This group will determine two others that are going to join. And for the first time in Series 9, I'm happy to say that we're going to be in the company of Laura Turner. It was a great Series 8. Marvin van Velzen winning it. What are you looking forward to in Series 9?
Yeah, very much more of the same. I mean, we saw 9 data actually from Marvin as well. So, yeah, more of the same. And, you know, more surprises. One of the things I love here is when you see those debutants actually step up on the Modus stage, you know, they really can impress. So, yeah, very much looking forward to Series 9.
On the subject of impressive debutants, Carl Wilson won Group A yesterday. Probably the most consistent player in that group. And again, a debutant who's qualified through an ADC vault system and just taken that opportunity with both hands.
Yeah, we've praised it so much, haven't we? We've seen the likes of Tom Sykes come through the same system and absolutely impress up on the big stage. So, yeah, for me, just another one that's come through the system and done really well on debut. And he was pushed as well. He came through on leg difference, but really made the impact in the first couple of days. So, yeah, I was impressed by Carl.
So, Carl Wilson through. We're talking about Group C this afternoon. Bradley Brooks missed out on Group A glory, then missed out on Group B altogether. Wednesday didn't quite correlate for Bradley. Getting towards that second half of the year, his first year without a tour card, maybe just looking to search for something.
Yeah, and I think he's got a really high expectation of himself. He knows what his top levels are, and sometimes as a player, when you're coming off that PDC tour, you know, you just want to be able to replicate and show, you know, how well you can play, how good you are. And I think for Bradley, maybe a bit of frustration creeping in towards the tail end. But again, he's here now, and he's gonna want to prove why he's here and make it through to finals night.
Let's have a look at the tournament bracket as we head into the second half of the week. Carl Wilson winning Group A. Group B is what we're going to see tonight. We're going to see the debut of Gemma Hayter. We're going to see Darius Labanauskas, Steve West, and Richard Rowlands, who made it through, of course, to the last Champions Week. But this afternoon is all about Group C, where Bradley Brooks, Neil Duff, and Niels van Zanten is going to be joined by Charlie Martin, Alex Small, and Scott Marsh. Let's talk about Neil Duff then, the former Lakeside champion. It's his third consecutive week here at the Live Lounge. Didn't quite happen at Champions Week. Didn't defend Double Trouble. How do you feel the mentality will be going into this week on the back of those disappointments?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long time, obviously, to play consecutively, but Neil's one of those players, he just absolutely loves the sport. So I think, again, a bit like Bradley, he's just want to come here, just make sure that he gets himself through to finals night. But he's finding himself in a bit of I think, quite an open group, actually, and it's going to be a tough challenge for him because he didn't quite excel in the first 3 days. So, again, another one that I think's got a bit of a point to prove.
In terms of Alex Small, he's a player that we've seen make a final here in the past. He's won the Champion of Champions previously. 2024 hasn't quite, though, had the success of the 2 years previous.
No, and his last appearance here, I think I was back here in comms and just didn't really get going from the off. And I think Alec needs that. He needs to kind of just hit the ground running. Obviously, the first game runs into Neil Duff, which is a tough opener. But yeah, Alec, we know he can do it. It's just getting up there and then just, like I say, settling in a lot quicker than he did last time.
Let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about today's action. Neil Duff goes off the 2-1 favourite with the odds compilers Bradley Brooks, 94. Is it no surprise that the bookies have decided they're just going to go with form past?
No, I'm not surprised. As I say, I do feel this is quite an open group. All those players, perhaps with Van Zanten obviously not quite proving himself in the first few days. The other 5, for me, any 2 of those could go through in Group C.
Very quickly, Charlie Martin's on debut. First appearance from him, he's had a fantastic 2024. What are you looking forward to seeing from him?
I'm really looking forward to seeing him play up there, to be fair. I mean, he's actually someone that plays locally with myself and my partner. So, yeah, he's really looking forward to it. Maybe a bit of nerves, he needs to settle in as well. It's difficult on debut, but he's a quality player. So I'm just hoping he does himself proud.
Be interested to see how he does on debut because he's going to be involved in our opening match of the session. He takes on Niels van Zanten, who finished bottom of Group A. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Charlie. Charlie, welcome along to the Modus Super Series. Debut for yourself in this competition. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, I can't wait to get cracking. Really looking forward to it, mate. Yeah.
been a great 2024 for yourself. We'll talk about your exploits on the ADC Tour because you won one of the Championship Tour events this year. Just describe that experience and what that was like.
Yeah, it's the first taste I've had of like winning a big comp. And then that sort of kicked my year on. I obviously done well at Q School and Challenge Tour, but the ADC's really helped, playing like 4 events a weekend, and there are plenty throughout the year, but it's really helped, yeah.
First time we've seen you in front of the cameras. For people who may not have seen you before, just tell a little bit about your darting backstory.
Just pub play, just Super League a bit a few years ago, but I dipped my toe into the water Q School last year. It wasn't really good, to be honest, and then did it again this year, got a lot better. Challenge Tours helped, and yeah, like I say, I've just kicked on from there.
Has everything been about building confidence for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Consistency. I've always had a good game in me, but just not back to back, month to month. So, yeah.
In terms of this week, have you set any goals, any expectations, or are you just going to take it one game at a time?
Yeah, just again, dip my toe in the water, see what it's like, see how I feel up there. But obviously, I'd like to get through to Saturday. It'd be a good experience.
Is this something completely brand new for yourself, playing in front of the lights, the cameras, a stage like that?
Yeah, never done it before, but I'm eager to get up there, give it a crack, and like I say, see how I feel, give my best shot.
We look forward to what you play, Charlie. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Looking to put his best foot forward, Charlie Martin on debut here at the Super Series. His first assignment is the Dutchman Niels van Zanten. He's also making his first appearance here at the Live Lounge in Port. Actually, the only 2 debutants in this Group C this afternoon, going toe-to-toe in the first, and then subsequently tomorrow, the last game of it. So let's find out a bit more about Charlie Martin, 28 years of age, from Hersham, flying with a 23-gram Rob Cross dart, and he won the ADC Windmill Tour 8 championship this year. Up against the 42-year-old Niels van Zanten, again making his debut, having won an ADC European Championship qualifier. He had a very good Monday where he won a couple of matches, but they're the only 2 wins that he's amassed this week. He is hoping that resetting into Group C will not just reset his mind, but also reset his fortunes.
First leg, it's
Jack
Charlie
Garwood
to throw first. Game on.
Timely calls the first start of the day, and it's Charlie Martin that is going to throw it. And I'm happy to say that I'm going to be in the company of Laura Turner throughout the course of the day.
83.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Henry. Yeah, very much looking forward to this. My first time back, obviously, after Series 8 Double Trouble week. But yes, I'm intrigued to see how Charlie gets on. As I mentioned just a moment ago, he's someone that we've played with alongside for the last few
60.
years, and you've just seen the improvement kind of year on year.
Somebody who's really built a
137.
reputation in 2024. That Windmill Championship win on the ADC circuit. That was kind of the real big moment, and you don't get an automatic qualification to the Super Series on the back of winning one of them, but you're pretty much as good as
60.
going to be here when you've won one of them, and that's kind of the achievement that's got him here, and we're looking forward to seeing him here.
41.
For the year, the numbers are fairly good. Average over the last 12 months of 84.77. The doubling really good at 37%. And in a Group C, if you play to those kind of numbers, you're going to be there or thereabouts pretty much.
100.
Yeah, and I know that feeling of making your debut. And I think for some players that make their debut here, they still had some experience on a bigger stage, but Charlie hasn't had
60.
that
Charlie
playing
require
opportunity in front of
140.
cameras and on a set like this. So, as I say, I hope he makes the most of it. I know he's keen to.
Well, he's made the
60.
fastest start of the 2 in this opening leg, leaving himself on 80 after 15. Van Zanten nowhere to be seen, but looking to set up to some tune. May look down at the 25 here.
82.
Trying to head down for the 15, and
Charlie, you
by hitting the 2, he's
80.
left himself on 99, a free darter. And so Martin, 1 dart at tops to take out the opening leg.
40.
Doesn't go, but Van
Heels
Zanten
you
on a free
require
darter.
99.
And 10 leaves him, double 16.
67.
Yeah, so a chance
Charlie, you
here.
require
for Charlie
40.
to get that first leg on the board. It's a real settler for any player to get that first leg under your belt.
No score.
Well, there were 3 well-thrown darts. The
Niels,
last
you
one
require
kissed the wire, but didn't even
32.
find a way in. And so Van Zanten will get a go. Will get 3 darts in his hand at double 16 to take out the break in the opening leg. Can he use that as a guide? Well, he's edging closer, but he cannot
8.
fire a way in.
Charlie,
And
you
so
require
Charlie will get
40.
3 more in hand at tops to take out the opening leg of this contest. Double 10 now. Up for 5s. Inside.
35.
And Niels, because
Niels,
of the
you
strain to the
require
single 8,
24.
will return for double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
He
Niels Van
does
Zanten.
find the double in the end, and that's an early break of throat. I think that's one of those legs,
Second
Kevin, you can
leg.
describe
It's Niels to
as
throw
edgy,
first.
and understandably so.
Game on.
It's that first leg that you just want to get out of the way with as quickly as you possibly can. And Van Zanten with the break in his hand. 1-0 to the good. Charlie Martin, who had 7 darts to win that opening leg. And the problem is, you say that first leg is a settler if you win
40.
it, but when you have a moment like that where you've missed 7 at a double and your opponent then goes 1 up, particularly against throw, the opposite mindset can creep in.
60.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's panic can quite easily set in. Take it from someone who's missed copious amounts of darts at a double on many an occasion.
100. $60.
I think the key thing for players, especially when they are on debut and they want to make the most of the opportunity that's presented, is kind of just focus on the darts, focus on the task in hand. It's very easy for me to say that set up here, but sometimes you can actually let the event overtake your mindset, and that's when the panic sets in. You just need all that focus
45.
on the job in hand.
$60.
Darts at the minute for Charlie are just feeling a little bit safe, just trying to maybe ease himself into this competition.
$140.
This is kind of where Niels can have the upper hand. Yes, he's a debutant as well, but he has the advantage of being on this stage for 3 days, so there's no secrets
41.
anymore. There's nothing that he doesn't know about this setup anymore.
No, and as we mentioned at the top of the show, didn't have the most successful Group A campaign, just picked up the 2 wins, but they did come early on. And that was against
134.
Neil Duff and Steve West, so they're not easy players to beat. The beauty of going into the next group is it's a complete reset. If you
61.
can find the right
Niels, you
mindset
require
and start again,
42.
you can use it to your advantage.
Van Zanten looking at double 16, 2 in hand for a 2-0 lead.
26.
Doesn't go, but it's kind of the opposite to the previous leg where Charlie had plenty of time and Niels took the leg. Charlie's hoping that Niels misses a number of
100.
opportunities at a double
Niels,
and
you
he can
require
sweep in.
16.
Been a fairly lackluster start to the day's proceedings. Double 4.
Game shot on a
And Van
second
Zanten
leg.
won't
Niels Van
care
Zanten.
about how. He'll just be happy enough with the 2-0 leads, even if the performance isn't marrying up.
Third leg. It's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $85.
These are 2 debutants. The other 4 players in the group have differentiating records when it comes to qualifying for Saturday night. Neil Duff, Bradley Brooks, Alex Small and Scott Marsh for experienced campaigners. And Neil Duff
97.
is in action up next against Alex Small before Scott Marsh takes on Bradley Brooks. That's the 6 players in action in Group C. Then we'll be
41.
back with Group B later on tonight, where we'll be watching Darius Labanauskas, Steve West, Kieran Tian, Richard Rowlands and Gemma Hayter on debut in action. That's live with us from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel. This
134.
game 1 of 25 that we have for you on this Thursday from the live lounge in Portsmouth?
100.
And I just feel like the way this game's going, they're just feeling each other out. It's like the Hobbs just on the slow side before heating up.
100.
Yeah, but to me, it's given Van Zanten just that bit of confidence. He's gone into that early 2-0 lead. And Charlie needs to find an answer because once again, Van Zanten's in a good position and it's against the throat.
60. Niels, you require 170.
Truth be told, I'm not sure how Charlie's responded to the setback of leg one. Van Zanten 6 darts here from the fish for a 3-0 lead. Doesn't have to go for it. And he's not going to get a go at it.
134.
Yeah, but great last start there. And sometimes it's better when the opportunity's taken away when you don't have to go for it because the temptation to go for the ball is just overwhelming.
Well, one thing you've learned about Niels this week is double 18 is his haven.
36.
If he can leave it, he will do so. And he gets 3 darts at it to get the double break and to open up a 3-0 lead in this contest. No mistake. 13 darter as well. A real improvement from Niels Van Zanten as he races into a 3-0 lead. Charlie Martin with it all to do. Van Zanten with the throw to take out the opening game of the day.
$97. 60.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying. I think that first leg did quite a bit of damage in terms of the way that Charlie's played out this game. But Van Zanten, as I say, just seems to have that extra bit of confidence. 13 darter in the last.
140.
97 followed by 140.
Well, he has got a bit of a break until game 5 when he takes on Bradley Brooks. He's going to have to use that time wisely just to reset a little bit. Just put this one down to experience because Van Zanten is getting better as the game goes along. He's dragged his average up to an 84, which was about 10 points below that not too long ago. And he's going to set himself up
58.
and put himself in situ to take this game out 4-0.
$121.
Charlie just tapping on the shoulder here of Van Zanten. Couple of good visits from Martin in this leg.
83.
Charlie, just look at his setup. What he'd give for his second 140 of the match right now.
100.
Ton leaves himself on a 2 darter, but this is for the match. Niels Van Zanten looking at 1-2-3 to take out a 4-0 win. Triple 18 does not go, and so Charlie should get one more dart at top
55.
to get that elusive leg on the board.
80.
Yeah, this is the finish that he left in the opening leg. Hasn't had another shot at double since and has made it awkward.
55.
Can't find the ball.
Niels, you require
That could be that as far as this contest is concerned because Van Zanten, look at it, 68 to take out a 4-0 win. 16 or 8, take your pick. 8 for tops. Tops is found, and Niels Van Zanten gets his first win since Monday morning. He gets the better of Charlie Martin by 4-0. It was a sluggish start to the contest, but Van Zanten found a bit of quality towards the end, and he races off that hockey. It is business-like for the Dutchman today. He gets the better of Charlie Martin by 4-0. Coming up after the break, it's Alex Small up against Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Niels van Zanten got the better of Charlie Martin by 4 legs to 0 to kick off our Group C session here on this Thursday afternoon. Next up for us, Alex Small, the former champion of champions, a former weekly finalist here at the Modus Super Series, up against a man who has won 4 weekly titles, a double start title, and pretty much everything that you can collect here at the Super Series in Neil Duff, the former Lakeside champion, who will be heading back to Frimley Green in December to try and capture a second title, and would join an illustrious list of names to do exactly that. But for him, he is hoping to make it through to the 5th Champions Week. And if he was to do that, it would mean that he would equalise Steve West's record in terms of winning qualification weeks.
97.
He takes on Alex Small at probably the quickest fire player we have here now. The likes of Danny Lauby and Jelle Klassen have departed for the Pro Tour.
140.
But, as we always say with fast players, Laura, that quickness has also got to be met with a bit of accuracy.
100.
Yeah, you don't get a great deal of time to adjust, but it's very personal to a player, the rhythm, the pace.
$85.
Alec had a very good couple of years. Alec, a player who had a very good couple of years, and he won the Champion of Champions in 2022
100.
and then got to a weekly final last year. But maybe this year hasn't quite been his year, and this could maybe be the tournament just gets him going again, potentially.
Yeah, I think we know what Alec can do. He's a top quality player, but I think when he came here last time, he's one of those players that really kind of needs that confidence
100.
in that first game. It needs to
you
kick off well, and he
126.
didn't. Struggled in the first day, had a much better second day, but you don't have a lot of time here in Group C. It's brutal, but ball required.
101.
Narrowly misses.
Neil, you require 76.
And so Duff looking for 76 for the breaker throw in the opening leg. 16 for tops.
56.
Below. He had a few darts like that at tops yesterday,
25.
which were dipping below the bed. As Small looks at double 10 to take out leg 1. Good guide.
15.
Just overcompensates.
Neil, you require 20.
Duff also inside.
Gauge
That's
on
a
the
great
first
adjustment from
leg,
Neil Duff. And
Duff.
that's an early breaker throw.
So far,
Second
the
leg.
newbies
it's
haven't
Neil
won a
to
leg
throw
so far
first.
today. 5 legs
Game
played. Van
on.
Zanten won 4 of them against Charlie Martin. Neil Duff has taken the first against Alex Small.
58.
I do think
100.
I'm always in two minds about it, because the players that are coming in fresh, especially when you consider Neil Duff has basically lived here for the last 3 weeks, I do wonder if when you're coming in fresh, that you've got that kind of energy, that buzz to get up there, but also you've got those extra
85.
nerves and you haven't had the time to settle in, and the other players have. So I think it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. But sometimes I
57.
just think if you've had a few games early on in the week, you don't have the nerves that perhaps players coming in will have.
Be interesting to ask Neil about this potentially at some point.
58.
He could go on and win the week. Of course he can. He's a 4-time weekly winner. But I do wonder when he's completed the 3 weeks here, how he's found playing 3 consecutive weeks, because he's played 3 Group A's. The Champions Week, the double start, and this week. It's a lot of darts.
180. Alec, you require 164.
I'll be honest, I do the weekend for the women's series.
132.
And my arm feels like it's going to
Neil,
fall
you
off after
require
2 days of play. I couldn't
120.
imagine 3 weeks.
Is that a nice guide? Yes, it is. Tops for the 120.
100.
Doesn't go, and so Small
Alec, you
return to
require
32 to get the
32.
break back. Break back
Gauge
got
on the
13
second
darter.
leg. Alex
Level we are,
Small.
1-1. And in between those exploits as
Third
well,
leg,
there's been
it's Alec to throw
a couple
first.
of WDF events on those weekends. The Welsh Open in the famous Welsh town of Weston-super-Mare.
Yeah,
60.
I think it was dubbed the Wenglish Open this year.
There was reason for that, by the way, that the Welsh Open was played in Weston-super-Mare. The Prestatyn Resort is currently out of use, and so
140.
for the grading regulations, the best venue suited close by was in Weston-super-Mare. So Neil made the trip down there to play in that
100.
tournament, well, his intention was, and then he did go to Selsey on Sunday, which is about, about 45-minute drive from the venue here.
140.
Yeah, not far at all. So
140.
I guess probably an answer to your question when it comes to Neil playing for those 3 consecutive weeks. If he's throwing in extra tournaments in between, I think he's probably thoroughly enjoyed it.
And of course for Neil, because of his position in the WDF rankings, the way that that system works, he pretty much had to play in those events to keep his seeding up ahead of that tournament in December.
Neil, you require 121.
No seeding here, but can Duff find his ceiling on the 1-2-1? Bullseye.
96.
Does not go. He's now missed a dart at tops of the 120.
62.
A dart at ball for the 1-2-1. And can Alex Small pick up on both of those opportunities? It's down to 32 again.
shot on
He
the
can
third
take
leg.
advantage.
Alex Small.
A 13 followed by a 15. And Alex Small leads 2-1.
Yeah, Alec
Fourth
really got his
flag.
eye
It's
in
Neil to
early,
throw
and that's what we
first.
wanted to see from
Game
him.
on. $81.
I also wonder what it's like in the background when you play
140.
a quick player like Alec, because he's just rattled off 2 legs in a row. Duff was one that up and looked okay in the match. Can you just feel like all of a sudden, oh my, from a position of authority, I find myself in a bit of trouble, and it's felt like the flick's been
60.
switched in no time at all.
Yeah, even in the women's game, I do remember very clearly playing a player called Chris Savary many, many years ago, another Welsh international.
57.
She was so quick, and you get wrapped up in their throw as well. You end up going their pace, and I was just looping round, and all of a sudden, as you say, the game just disappears in front of you. So yeah, it does add sometimes to players that extra element
97.
of concentration to be true to your pace, make sure that you're not kind of falling into the trap of speeding up. It is difficult.
85.
It's still my preference over a kind of slower, more methodical player, but yeah, you can get dizzy.
And can you unintentionally as well fall into that trap without
60.
even knowing?
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. You don't mean to. There's actually someone one of my supporters in the crowd that's
59.
going, slow down, and then you realise, you think, oh, yeah, I am. I'm really wrapped up in this game.
Well, Alec threatening another break. He's left himself on 160 after 12. Had a couple of good legs to move himself 2-1 up.
42.
Averaging just under 95
Alec,
at this
you
present
require
moment in time.
160.
And the wild card holds all the aces in this contest. He'll feel like he'd have 6 from 160.
Neil, you require
Unless Duff can
161.
get the 161. And this is what Alex has been doing so well, is the fact that Duff's opportunities in the last 2 legs have been, last 2 legs, shall I say, have been
Alec, you require
a dart on the back
110.
of a ton plus out. Alec could get a ton plus out of his own. 7-7. After the slip into the 18.
96. Neil, you require 102.
Well, again, as you predicted, it could be a dart off the back, but he's going to have to find. It was either treble 14 or ball, and it doesn't go. So
54.
Alec back for
Alec, you require
7-7, but
14.
not where he would have wanted to be.
Awkward dart. He wouldn't have seen much
score.
of that, and he tried to get
Neil,
as
you
close as he
require
possibly could.
48.
And Duff has just staved off the barrage of Alex Small, and now he's going to get 2 darts in his hand at
Edge on the
16. He
fourth
only needs
flag,
the 1
Neil
to
Duff.
level this game up at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag. It's Alec to throw first. Game on.
And that shows you how easily it is when you're
60.
comfortable, you're feeling confident, you're in control. He obviously threw for a big 18 to avoid that treble when he had 50 left. Goes in the double, and it can completely just kind of knock you off your pace, knock you off your rhythm when you leave something awkward. The 7s, the 3s,
59.
1s.
And particularly, again, we go back to the pace thing. When you've got a quick player like
100.
Alec, it can be that one small thing. Because you're so quick, what for most players would be a readjustment you can contend with will just completely knock you off your stride.
60. $140.
Scoring-wise, Alec has been really good in this game. He's pretty much, well, the big difference is the fact he's doubled the ton plus scores of Neil Duff so far in this contest. And setting up here for a 3-2 lead.
105.
Number 25 there, leads him on a 2-darter.
$41. Alec, you require 96.
Yeah, you can see Neil Duff is not happy with that visit.
38.
Not quite the visit Alec would be looking for, but got time on his hand.
59. Alec, you require 58.
2 darts at top, so a 3-2 lead.
Game shot.
Only needs the one.
flag.
Alex Small one away from the finishing line in this second contest of the afternoon session. And
Sick
Neil
flag.
Duff
It's Neil
kind
to
of
throw first. Game on.
cutting the type of figure that we've seen for the last couple of weeks. It's been a match that's kind of embodied his last couple of weeks. He hasn't played bad, but it's
125.
just felt like the rub of the green has tended to go with his opponents, or his opponents have found the important stuff at the most pertinent times.
100.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a cliche statement, but it is really all about timing. Those few small misses that you have, or just that one throw where you don't find the treble or the right target. It's opened the door, but
108.
tough finding the right target there. Second 180 of the match for him.
57.
Well, we look set to go to a first last leg decider of the day. Don't think it's going to be the last, particularly tonight. I think there's going to be a lot of close games in our evening session.
100.
I think I'd get the popcorn in for a late night here in Portsmouth.
Is that what you're getting in for us later?
138.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes,
Neil,
thank
you
you.
require 96.
Double 18. This is for an 11 darter. He's not. Well,
Game
he is
shot
going to
and
go
a
for the
sick
double 9. I
flag.
thought for
Neil
a second
Duff.
that he may think about splitting with Alex Small all the way back on 206, but Duff decided to take it out. It's a 12 darter.
It's
And we
Alex
go all
to
the
throw
way.
First. Game on. $140.
Well, almost the perfect there for Alex Small, but already pressure straight on the shoulders of Neil Duff.
100.
When your opponent at 3 always kicked off at 140 and you've gone big 20,
60.
big 20, that is relief when that next treble goes in.
Because you tighten up so much in those scenarios.
100.
However, that 60 score for Alec and that second ton for Neil means that we are as you were in this final leg.
131.
And if as you were was a quote from one of the members of Oasis, Neil will feel like if he doesn't get a big visit here, this match may slide away from him.
140. Alec, you require 170.
The fish is on for the match. Bullseye.
145.
Not to be. But Neil
You
may have to
require
take out this 161.
Not going to go, and this has been a really good contest between the pair, but it's Small
55.
that comes back for
Alec, you
25.
require 25.
Just about in the 9. Double 4. Does not go,
21.
and so Neil Duff
Neil, you
again. It's
require
another chance of a ton plus
106.
checkout, but it's a chance that could see him win this contest. This would hurt Alex Small. This would be a big moment for Neil Duff,
66.
but it flings over the
Alec, you
tops. Does that
require
final dart
4.
in his hand? And so, what can Alex Small make of his opportunity? Up to the madhouse.
No score.
And Neil Duff
Neil,
is
you
going to get
require
free in hand
40.
to win this contest.
Game shot.
Yeah,
and the
but
match.
only one
Neil
required
Duff.
there for Neil Duff. Alex Small created great opportunities, especially in that last leg, but it does go the way of Duffman Neil Duff in an epic contest between the two, which sees him win 4 legs to 3. 88.46 average there for Small, and 89, just under a 90 for Neil Duff. But it's that double percentage, 4 from 11, 36% for Duff. That's what counts. Coming up next, Scott Marsh takes on Bradley Brooks.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Alex Small in a last leg decider. Duff averaging just below the 90 mark, had a couple of maximums in there, staving off a flurry from Alex Small. It had legs of 13 and 15 to put himself 2-1 up, but it was Duff who had the most impressive stuff at the important times. Next up for us, it's the former British Open champion, Scott Marsh, the 42-year-old from Orpington, now nicknamed Marsh. It used to be the Martian. Up against Bradley Brooks, the 24-year-old from Blackburn. Bam Bam, the former World Youth Champion, dropped off tour at the end of 2023. Has had some success on this stage this year. He's won a week. He's gone deep in a week as well. We're going to see him later on this year. Definitely going to see him at the Championship Tour Finals. That's on the 16th of November. And depending on how the ADC ranking pendulum drops, we could see him at the Global Championship at the end of 2024. Marsha, ADC qualifies, had some success in those tournaments and those competitions, and he gets us underway here. Now, last time he was here, Laura, he wasn't playing too much. He openly admitted that. He was just getting back into the sport, was just beginning to rekindle his love for the game again. There was some signs of some good things, but that lack of match practice probably creeped in. So it'd be interesting to see what he's done in the intervening months.
Yeah, I know he's been travelling around. He's come over to our venue a few times to play in the vault, just as you say, to get that match sharpness back.
97.
I don't know what you think, but for me, Bradley Brooks, he'll probably be feeling a little hard done by that he didn't find himself in Group B, missing out on leg difference. Actually had a chance to make it through, but it was Steve West that got that accolade, and we'll see him in action tonight. So again, just another one of those players. Probably
96.
Although we sit here and think you've got nothing to prove, they feel that the players feel that they've got something to prove to themselves. They want to make it through to finals night.
It's one of those where it's so easy for us to sit in commentary box and say, you've got nothing to lose, you've got nothing to lose. And you must feel this yourself when you play, that it doesn't matter what the scenario, you always feel that there is a pressure of sorts attached to everything.
Well, yeah, it's performance pressure, I think. Well, I can't speak for every player, but for me, it's just making sure that I play to my best ability when I get up there. I think what people forget is it takes a lot of work to get into these type of positions, to get these type of invitations. You want to make the most of them.
60. Bradley, you
and you can just pile on too much pressure and it all goes wrong.
Brooks looking at 130. And that's not a bad guy for the treble, which would have given him a dart with the bullseye. And so Marsh
65.
will return for tops
Scott,
to take out
40.
the opening leg. Should be noted that
Game shot of first leg.
2 games
Scott
played today have been won by the players who have come out of Group A. Scott Marsh looking to change that trend, and he gets off and running with a 16 darter, 1-0.
First. Game on.
Yeah, he's the correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's the first one of the, as you say, the joining 3 that actually held throw in their first leg.
He's off to the best start now. I'm going to give away some secrets of the trade here at the Super Series, because Group C has a algorithm which works like this. The 3 players that come in, the same happens for Group B as well. The 3 players that come in will always get the throw for their first match against somebody who's come out of a group. So the way the draw order will work is one of the 3 players will be drawn. The player who finishes 6th in Group A will be against the darts first, and they'll have to play the last game. The player who's 5th in Group A will be against the darts second, and the player who's 4th in Group A will be against the darts third. And the player who finishes 4th in Group A gets what some will feel as if there's a bit of advantage. They'll get the shortest day. They will play their first game last. They'll play their last game first on both days. And it may be working to a perfect tune here for Bradley Brooks. That maximum leaves himself on a finish after 9, and Marsh is not able to keep up with him.
59. Bradley, you require 103.
Yeah, didn't find that elusive treble in that throw, Bradley Brooks, but Scott Marsh are way back.
137. Bradley, you
Good visit, but it's
60.
the darts prior that's been the undoing. Bradley will always do this on 60 with 3 in hand. Treble 12 for double 12.
48.
Double 6 doesn't correlate, and the reason that he does it is because his darts stand up to attention. He doesn't like that 20 dart going up for tops. It A, obscures the target, and B, adds towards the possibility of bounce out. So he's more willing to potentially sacrifice another dart to have something
42.
at an open bed, at an
Bradley,
open target.
12.
And he's got an open target here. And he finds the double 6.
Leg,
2 16 darters in the first 2 legs, and level we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
What's that, Luke?
58.
Perfect start to leg 3 for Brooks, looking to get that break of throw. After a slow first leg, he's really beginning to brim into life, his Bam Bam. And as to it seems, is Scott Marsh.
Again, very competitive start from both players.
93.
Well, Scott was doing the right thing, but the execution didn't quite work out to plan.
43.
And so Brooks here is effectively taking the darts, and he can set up here from 2-8 to move 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, and you can see from that reaction, it wasn't just the score for Scott Marsh, it was the fact that he knows that he's given away the throw and under all kinds of pressure now.
That first dart is perfect for Scott. Sits just below the bed. He can use it as a perfect dart to stack, and he finds that 140 to leave himself on a 2-darter. And now the leg has swung again because Brooks has to take out the 130, you sense.
65. Scott, you require 80.
Both players on a 2-darter after 12 in this leg. Been a really good leg. Been a really good contest so far. Marsh looking for 14. It'd be the best leg of the match.
70. Bradley, you require 65.
Is that a big chance? Come and gone there for Scott Marsh. Bradley Brooks looking at 65. Tops is the target. And Tops is found.
Third leg, Bradley Brooks.
Been a really good contest.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Bradley Brooks getting the break, moving 2-1 to the good. You can always tell it's a good leg because we can go to John Part's
59.
theorem of what encapsulates a good game, because everything's been in and around 15. 16 is effectively a 15-darter with a bit of a bodge double in there.
96.
Well, let's have a look at the compare and contrast of both players. As you can see, Bradley's darts tick up to attention, so anything that goes low in a bed is just awkward for him.
96.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of those players, when it goes low, as you just saw there, he will switch. And there you can see the complete contrast with Scott's that lay really quite flat.
50.
And for me, that was probably a prime time for Scott to actually do that switch, because, as you say, he's the opposite. When it sits above, the switch feels more likely.
123.
Can Bradley at times be a little bit all or nothing with the first dart?
Yeah, perhaps. I think you could probably make that argument for several players.
$59.
Brooks now really looking to get his teeth stuck in and to put Dad's boot in on Marshy.
140.
Yeah, for Brooks, after losing that opening leg, he really
81.
he's got the bit between
Bradley,
his teeth. There's
83.
almost a 13-point gap in the averages between the pair.
Doesn't have to attack the bullseye because he's got so much time and space. Treble 14 leads double 12.
71.
He's missed out a couple of times on the inside, and that sometimes just tells that he's just dragging the odd dart here and there. Scott will be really disappointed that
59.
he's had openings and opportunities in this game, but he could find himself 3-1 down in just a second.
No score.
Well, those first two,
Scott, you require 156.
couldn't have been any closer than in. But this is a big ask here for Scott Marsh, and it's not going to go. So Bradley Brooks just get another chance at that double 6 target.
100. Bradley, you require 12.
They are all very close to that double 6 wire, but now he's down for the trapdoor. But I'll tell you one thing he's been very good at this week. When he's missed double 6, he's been able to recalibrate on double 3. And Brooks is 3-1 to the good.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for many a player, that is a horrible target to go for. If you've got that in your arsenal, that's a great thing to be able to do.
85.
Well, Bradley earlier on this week had 9 left and decided to go free double 3. This is what we were saying about Bradley Brooks' FDMing. First start was so perfect. There was always going to be a couple of bedfellows.
Last time he kicked off with a 180. Scott Marsh did reply in kind, but can't find it this time.
100.
Bradley Brooks once again with the initiative.
Another example that if that first dart goes low, or if a dart on a target goes low, he has to chase around. Problem is, Scott's always seemingly been a score behind, particularly in the last couple of legs. So Bradley's just had that little bit of space, hasn't he, to manoeuvre.
Yeah, for me, it kind of goes back to that third leg. Scott Marsh hit the treble 20 to leave himself double 10.
94.
Couldn't convert, and it's been all Bradley Brooks' way since then.
These best of 7 games tend to have a sliding doors moment, and that was probably that. Marsh with that 140 does leave himself on a similar size finish, but Brooks has taken the darts, and he may well take the game out. But he's not going to find the second treble 17 that he would have wanted to give himself a dart at double 16.
136.
Yeah, and you feel this has to go for Scott Marsh. And pulls it into the wrong treble. So just needs to try and put on a bit of pressure and just hope Brooks misses the 52.
82. Bradley, you require 52.
For 4-1 win. It's been a good performance this from Brad. 2 in hand at tops. Double 10. He's been so reliable on this week, and he's reliable on it again. And Bradley Brooks gets over the line. He gets the better of Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 1. And it means that the 3 players that have dropped out of Group A have picked up the wins in the opening 3 matches of the day. And this is how Bradley Brooks has done so. A 4-1 victory against Scott Marsh in one of the highest quality contests that we've seen today. An 89 average, despite missing 9 darts and a double. He gets the better of Scott Marsh. Coming up next, it is Niels van Zanten up against Alex Small.
Yep, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've just seen our first round of 3 completed, and all 3 results went the way of the players that we've already seen play this week from Group A. Well, these two... Alec was very unlucky in his opening match to lose 4-3. Van Zanten, he got his opening win. He was 4-0 winner over debutant here, Charlie Martin. Now, can that confidence for Van Zanten take him through to beat Alex Small? He will need to up the average. It was around 81 when he beat Charlie Martin. Alex Small, much higher than that. But for me, I think Alec, he made a strong start. He was unlucky against Neil Duff. Neil Duff just found what he needed to find at the right time. And Alec just missed those few chances at the outer ring towards the tail end of the match. But Alec made a very strong start. So again, I think this is another one of those matches that could run very close.
Yeah, this could have 4-3 written all over it, this contest. For Alec, it was the opportunities missed at crucial times. He missed 14 darts at a double in that game against Neil Duff. He had it exactly where he wanted it, but he could be 100. Pleased enough with the performance that he put in. As for Niels, he got better, didn't he, as the game went along? It was a slow start, his match against Charlie Martin, the opener to the afternoon session here, but he managed just to find something, salvage something right at the end, and
60.
Probably drew upon the 3 days experience he had on the stage to win that game.
Yeah, 100%.
121.
I do feel it was a very scrappy leg between the pair in that first opening match, and that opening leg saw 7 missed darts from Charlie Martin to take it, and Van Zanten just stepped in, but as you say, just got better and better. 82. Had that 13 dart in there, ran out a 4-0 winner. So I think that will bring him some confidence. But for me, the way that Alec was finding the target, especially first dart
60.
Against Neil Duff, I think he's going to be dangerous today.
It goes back to that FDM theorem again, doesn't it? Where that first dart for Alex, a bit like Bradley Brooks, means so much for him.
I think it's even more important for someone like Alec because of the speed, 56. The pace that he's got. He follows it. You know, you don't give yourself enough time to adjust necessarily when you're a speedster.
Like that?
It's like you listen. It normally works in reverse, doesn't it? This is like the anti-commentator's curse. Thank you, Alec.
I promise we are in a soundproof booth here in the commentary box.
40. Alec, you require 40.
Tots for 13 data. Double 10 now. He's got plenty of time.
20.
And luckily, he didn't go on the inside if he was to miss.
$57. Alec, you require 20.
So back for double 10.
You saw that in the first match, just over-adjusting, but over-adjust there, finds the target. 1-0 to Small.
Second leg,
over the line
eventually. Alex to throw first. Game on.
I think for Niels, winning that first game will just be
100.
A massive relief. Just a relaxation of the shoulders because he hadn't won since Monday, and I think if he lost that first game in a new group, there could have been a feeling of here we go again.
97.
As much as playing
100.
Game after game, it can be really good for certain players when you're on the losing side of that, whether they're, whether they're close matches or not. It becomes difficult. Winning breeds more winning, and with just the 2 wins throughout 3 days, I imagine 45. That was a massive point for Van Zanten.
60.
Alex Small looking like he's taking full control of match number 2. Van Zanten looking to shave the 9 off.
42.
Isn't that always the way? When you take the odd off, you just add it back on again.
We're seeing a lot of players trying to do the right thing, but not being able to execute the right thing so far this morning. Alex Small leaving himself on 101 after 12 to open up a 2-love lead here.
58.
It's been a compare and contrast. Alec is playing well, whereas Niels hasn't really got out the starter's gate thus far. Double 16 would have been for the first done plus check out of the session. Well, this is more like it.
133. Alec, you require 32.
Yeah, good visit there, but is it all academic?
Game shot on his second leg. Alec Small.
And that for me was a really impressive dart from Alec. He had to stop, and when you're a speed that you don't like to, had to readjust,
Third
step
leg,
across
it's
the
Niels
hockey.
to throw first.
And he did find a way through.
Game on.
So 2-0 to Alex Small in the 4th game of the afternoon session.
100.
Alex's record in terms of qualifying for Saturday nights is
108.
50-50. This is his 9th appearance here. He's one of a select few players who have played all 9 Modus Super Series. And he's qualified
55.
in his previous 8 appearances for the finals 4 times, including a final which he lost to Adam Warner, who subsequently went on to gain a tour card a few weeks later.
Yeah, interestingly, that second 180 of the match goes the way of Alex Small, but it was the 100th 180 so far
57.
this week.
100th 180 of the series.
Yes, indeed. By default, Henry. Yeah, week 1.
145.
It's easy to keep up with these stats right now, and it's easy to keep up with how Alex Small's playing because he's left himself double 18 after 9 darts, on for a 10 darts. It'd be the best leg of the match, of the week, of the series so far.
No score.
But it's not to beat. But he has got time on his side.
$59.
Alec, you require 36.
Same target,
Game
different
shot on the
result
third
this time.
leg.
And
Alex
Small pins
Small.
36. It goes into a 3-0 lead.
Fourth
Couple of
lag, it's
18s
Alex
to win
throw
the first 2 legs.
Game
A
on.
13 darter there. Alex Small 3-0 up, and I have to say, playing some
96.
really, really good stuff. If he can just sort out the doubling, we've got a player who is a serious contender to be in the top 2.
$100.
Yeah, Small missed at crucial times in that his opening match against Neil Duff. He's 3 from 14 in this match, but
108.
hasn't been under any pressure, and it's power scoring like that as he pins his third 180 of the match.
Major improvements this from Alex Small.
$60.
And sometimes for a player, it can just take maybe that one game where things didn't quite correlate, or that one tournament things
65.
didn't quite correlate, to really naff you off enough to get back to the practice board and to rediscover your mojo.
I think confidence is a really big thing. So if you're coming into any match, any tournament, any game, and you don't feel completely confident, when things start going wrong, it just plays on your mind.
100.
Whereas
Alec,
you
you
know, if you're
require
feeling confident,
160.
you can kind of sometimes carry it off a bit better.
Looking to follow the first dart to give himself an opportunity at tops
68.
to win the match. He's going to come back for 92. Van Zanten not on the scene. He's only had 4 scores of a ton or more in this contest.
Yeah, hasn't been able to draw on what he did in his opening match, Van Zanten.
140.
Whereas Alex Small's scoring
Alec,
power
you
has been a bit
require
like
92.
Gareth Southgate's starting 11, 4-3-3.
32.
First football reference. Tick.
Niels, you require 101.
First ton plus checkout, tick. 16, the location for dart 2. And double 18, the location for dart 3.
65.
But that cannot be found, and
Alec,
so
you
Small will
require
come back for
60.
the match. And he should get 2 in his hand at tops. Will get 2 in his hand at tops. But now, shuffles across for double 10. And
shot
buries the
and the
double 10.
match,
And
Alex
buries
Small.
Niels Van Zanten. It's a thumping 4-0 win for Alex Small to get his first chalk on the board. A really good performance. Couple of really good performances. If he can sharpen up on the doubles, we've got a player who is going to be a real serious contender. Average just under 90. 4 from 16 on his doubles. This is a really good showing so far from Alex Small. Coming up after the break, it is Bradley Brooks in action, and he takes on Charlie Martin.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermarch.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Alex Small got the better of Niels van Zanten by 4-0. It means that all 4 games that we've seen so far in this Group C afternoon session have gone against the darts. It's gone against the grain. And so Charlie Martin will be hopeful that that fact continues as he takes on Bradley Brooks, the 5th game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Bradley to throw first.
Bradley looked
Game
in
on.
very good form against Scott Marsh. Few missed darts at a double, but 3 maximums, average just underneath 90. As for Charlie, it was a bit of a nervy opener. We'll give him a free pass. He missed 7 darts at a double in the
43.
opening leg against Niels van Zanten. If the truth be told, never really recovered. But the fact he's had a little bit of time and he's had a 4-game break until he's
100.
come back in this match should just give him enough time just to put that and cast that aside.
Yeah, hopefully so. And it's a skill that you learn as you play. Charlie is a relatively
108.
new player, especially to this kind of level. And
See.
it hurts when you miss those chances. And like I say, you've just got to put it to the back of your mind. And that's very easy for me to sit up here and say. It's
91.
much harder when you're actually in the match.
$62.
However, Bradley does look very switched on so far today. You could tell towards the end of yesterday he was just getting
100.
more and more frustrated because he's been here since last Thursday, played in the double start tournament, never really got going. And that's kind of paraphrasing what he's been
41.
saying as well. And then this week, there's been signs, but never really followed up with anything else. But today may be a different story, and maybe this is a different story for Charlie Martin because he's now left
145.
himself on 65 after 12, and the thrower Bradley Brooks is under some pressure.
Yeah, definitely a better start for
100.
Charlie Martin.
Charlie requires
The
65.
setup for Charlie will be when he pins a double. That double that he's looking at is double 15.
55. Bradley, you require 75.
He has hit a double, just happened to be the wrong one.
So Brooks here to save throw, double 12. He's had a couple that have strayed inside so far today. And that's a third, and he thought it was in. Has to come back. And double 6 hasn't been fruitful either thus far.
63.
He keeps finding
Charlie,
that wire without finding
10.
a way in on that target.
Game shot on the first leg, Charlie Martin.
And there is the first leg on the board for Charlie Martin. And it is a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
That the settler that he duly needed. Bradley will be frustrated because he'll feel like, yes, it's a leg on throw, but also a leg that he kind of let by, let slip. He had control of it for large sways and has seen his opponent swoop in.
140.
But this is where I think the experience that Bradley's got may help as opposed to the experience that Charlie's had previously, because he would have been in this situation
60.
hundreds of times before.
Definitely a maturing player is Bradley as well. I think there's times, and I think he would admit this too, where
100.
maybe in the past adversity was something he wasn't the world's best at dealing with, and maybe he could just let things fester. Where, okay, there's been occasions this week where
95.
frustrations creeped in, but I think he's getting better as time moves along at dealing with that.
121.
He's one of those players who's dealt with losing his card very well. Yes, of course annoyed, of course frustrated, but he's done one on the ADC tour. He's had success here.
55. Bradley, you
He's
require
learning to win again.
140.
There's one.
100.
Sets up tops. We'll have a clean shot at it, as you mentioned previously. The way his darts land, he likes to have an open
45.
bed to throw at.
Bradley, you require 40.
13 data potentially here.
Big shot
13
on the
data
second leg,
found. It's a
Bradley
break
Brooks.
back for Bradley Brooks. And level we are at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
One of the things
Game
that
on.
we've been speaking about the last few weeks, myself, Devon Peterson, Glenn Durrant, have been about how Group C, in terms of quality over the last series or so, has
59.
got so much better. Champions Week saw 6 Group C winners in it. Whereas maybe there was a time in the past where the perception of Group B,
58.
Group C was maybe it was the weaker group. Doesn't feel that way anymore now.
No, absolutely not. Even when I played on Women's Week, the champion came from Group C because I
100.
happened to be beaten by her twice in Group C, Brianne O'Sullivan. So, yeah, I think it's a really tough group to get out of. I think the
100.
players that get out of Group C really do deserve their place in finals night. It's 2 out of 6. It's very, very difficult.
82.
I think the one thing that's also been very, very visible to see is the clamour for places here now. There's some players that once
96.
upon a time were regulars here at the Super Series who don't get the invitations or don't get the qualifications anymore.
And the second 180 of the match goes the way of Brooks. Sets him up nicely for 80.
100. Bradley, you require 80.
For 2-1 lead. And to turn this game around. And this is why he hates Tots, because he will not see much of that.
40. Charlie, you require 147.
147 break is on. Double 18.
111.
Skims the wire.
Bradley, you require 40. Game shot on the third
Well
leg.
taken
Bradley
there from
Brooks.
Bradley Brooks. Under a bit of pressure there from Martin. Couldn't convert the 147, but now all on throw.
Fourth flag. It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Brooks 2-1 to the goods. It's been a much improved performance from Charlie, playing pretty much
42.
more to the numbers that we've come to expect of him. You mentioned his annual numbers, 84.77, 37%, when it's come to his doubling.
96.
For Brooks, the story of his Group A campaign, over the 15 games he played, overall average of 86.69, but it was the doubling that was the big problem for Brad. 28%
45.
on the outer ring.
$140.
Yeah, treble asking for that. The treble bed looked like he was going to get the third one in there. But in terms of scoring,
100.
Bradley Brooks has been very good so far. 2 on 80s, 2 on 40s, 5 tons.
That first dart is correlating so well now. There was a time yesterday where he was really chasing that first dart, but now it's just coming a bit more naturally to him.
94.
He's on for a potential
Bradley
11 darts. He would have had a 13 in
94.
this game, and this is for the break.
54.
He's going to leave himself on tops after 12 again.
$60. Bradley, you require 40.
So for 3-1, tops required.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
really use
leg.
those mark
Bradley
as well.
Brooks.
It's 3-1 to Bradley Brooks.
Averaging here
Fifth flag, it's Bradley to
96.39. This is
first.
much more like it from
Game
a
on.
player. I think when he dropped off tour and we knew he was going to be playing here in 2024, I think a lot of people expected him to be right at the sharp end of it, winning weeks and
121.
probably in the equation to win series as well.
100.
I can understand the expectation, especially for a player like Brooks, but I also think it's a testament to the players that we're actually having here at the Modus Super Series, the ADC qualifiers, the ones
60.
that actually, come along and can surprise you. I do think that there's just, as you mentioned before, there's players that used to be irregulars that just don't have the invitations, and that's because of the quality of players that are
100.
coming through that we haven't seen before. It's discovering new players, new talent.
That gap between Pro Tour level and this level and the ADC level, they're kind of amalgamating together now.
57.
Whereas maybe in the past, like we said with Group C, maybe there was just that little bit of a gap in quality, but that's just kind of met in the middle a little bit more now.
57.
I think the difference is as well, if and when you do drop off the tour, there's just so much available for players now to play. Historically, there wouldn't have been so much. We've got the Super Series, we've got the ADC. There's a lot of opportunity to keep playing at an amazingly high standard.
And Bradley has been playing at an
100.
amazingly high standard,
Bradley, you
averaging
require
96
123.
in this match, and he could be 3 darts away from winning it. Treble 18 would have given him a dart of the ball to have completed a 4-1 win. It would have been his third leg in 5 visits as well in this game.
Charlie, you require
I
144.
saw Charlie missed the 147. Can he find 144? He couldn't find the second treble, but
100.
tapping on the shoulder
Bradley,
here
you
of Brooks.
require 68.
Forcing this to go, and this would be for a break as well if Martin took out the 44. Decided to go treble 12 with dart 1. 59 left, so 19 for tops. Tots of the match. Sets himself
48.
just below the
Charlie, you
target, and so
require
Martin here to
44.
extend this game and to return it to throw.
Yeah, these are the chances that you feel have to be taken. Double 10.
Game
And he
shot on the
does
fifth
find the
leg.
target.
Charlie
3-2. As you say, back on throat. Martin with the darts in this 6th leg to try and make it 3-all.
6th leg. It's Charlie to throw first.
Bradley has missed a
Game
match dart at tops. Just like he missed a dart at tops and tens to not even be here this afternoon.
140.
And ironically, that was for a 4-1 win as well.
60. $108.
there you see Charlie Martin's first 180. Back comes Brooks.
100.
Anything you can do.
Does this have to be better 7? Can we extend it, please?
100.
The player that reaches 4 first will definitely say no.
Better 7 sets. Come on now. Because Martin here is looking for an 11 darter potentially. And Bradley Brooks has left himself on a finish after 9-2. Bullseye. Well, double 13 to take us all the way. Double 13 found a 12 darter, bet of the match. And we go all the way to a deciding leg. Brooks, who had a dart at top to win 4-1, has been hauled in by Charlie Martin. But Bam Bam does have the darts to eventually see himself home.
140.
This is a far better performance from Charlie Martin. Just a 12 darter there to make it 3 apiece.
100.
Ton there to keep himself in contention in this deciding leg.
Just when you watch him throw, there's a lot more flow about it, where maybe in his first game it was a little bit stop-start. You can tell that he's in the swing of it now, but Bradley not giving him any time to be peaceful on the stage.
45.
And they're the mistakes that you can't afford to make when your opponent's gone back-to-back 140s.
Have to give credit to Bradley for the response here, because the way this week has gone, Charlie Martin rallying back the way that he did, he could have so easily have felt punch drunk.
100. Bradley
He could be the one that lands the knockout blow. Doesn't have to go triple 18 ball. He'd probably stay there, and which he does.
Yeah, just checking the score. 89 required, so we're looking at 57 and
92.
finds it.
For the 3rd time in this game, he's left himself on the double after 12 darts, and Charlie Martin, with a bit of a flyer there, the worst possible time. He's unable to do anything about the situation. He leaves himself on a finish just in case. But this for the match. And that's for 2 wins from 2. It's the second 13 darter of the game for Bradley Brooks in the decisive leg of the game. He gets the better of Charlie Martin by 4 legs to 3. And it means he is the first player on to 4 points in the group with the performance of the session so far. An average of 97.21. 3 maximums, 4 from 10 on his doubles. Charlie Martin, having lost his first 2 matches, finds himself in a little spot of bother. Coming up after the break, it is Neil Duff up against Scott Marsh.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet.
Marsh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Yeah, the stunning live lounge in Portsmouth available for your corporate event. It is coming up to Christmas do season, isn't it? So Super Series at modusports.com is the email address that you need for that. If you fancy having a corporate event or a works event or a team building event, anything of that sort of description, you can have it in our world-class venue with full TV production as well. Something to help you climb the corporate ladder. Game 6 of our session sees Neil Duff and Scott Marsh go toe-to-toe. Before the break, Bradley Brooks of the performance of the session so far. A 4-3 win against
Neil
Charlie Martin,
first.
average in excess of 97, 40% on his doubles, and a couple of 13 darters in there as well. Neil Duff looked good at times against Alex Small, 1-4-3, had to stave a couple of opportunities and a mini surge in the middle of the match from the Welshman to win against Scott Marsh, who, against Bradley Brooks, may feel like towards the end of the game he may have let that match slip and maybe just let... Well, talking about slips, that was an almighty
49.
slip.
Yeah, that match you mentioned between Scott Marsh and Bradley Brooks, there was that key moment, wasn't there? It was Scott Marsh, had 80 left to make it 2-1 in his favour, missed, and then it went all the way of Brooks since then. Marsh in this match doesn't have the advantage of throw.
45.
And I think we've mentioned it before, but Neil Duff, to me, he's one of those players, I think his eyes are on Saturday night. They're on nothing else.
135.
Of course, Scott Marsh does have a big bit of history here. Now, before we were the Modus Super Series, when we launched this a couple of years ago in this building, we did play in a previous Guys in Southampton
43.
at a previous venue, and Scott Marsh won the very first week of that concept and that competition, and it was completely different to as it was now. There was no referee because we were in COVID times, and the final was played in a group stage format. It was 5 players playing basically a one-off night like you would in a Group B, and whoever was top of the table at the end of the night would win the week, and that was exactly what Scott Marsh did.
60. Neil, you require 128.
Kind of feels like another lifetime ago. The development has been astounding here at the Super Series.
64.
Yes, we have our Modus memories, don't we, during some of the advert breaks, and to think about how far this has come in, let's be honest,
60.
not a long
Neil, you
time,
require
only a couple of
64.
years. It's quite staggering to see. Duff looking at 64 to take out the opening leg, double 8.
56.
Now, the one thing I will say about having watched Neil Duff play, you kind of know what he's thinking, especially when he's not happy with something.
Neil, you require 8.
Didn't like that miss, but got a bit of time.
Game shot on the first leg.
Takes it 1-0, Neil Duff.
Well, one thing with Neil is you kind of know
Second leg,
when he's ready for straight, because you'll hear either a cry of "come on" or you'll hear him say his name.
If
he can make it 2 from 2, him and Brooks, who, remember, at the beginning of the day, were the 2 bookmakers' favourites to go on and win this group, and thus, if they're the top 2 in the betting, they're the 2 they fancy to progress. Well, they'd both be 2 from 2, and we'd have a fairly uniform table right from the get-go, because Brooks and Duff would be on 4, Small and Van Zanten would be on 2, and Marsh and Martin would be down the bottom without a point to their name.
Yes, still a bit of time to go, but when it is over the 2 days in this round robin format, especially in Group C, as we said, there's only 2 that go through. You don't want any one player, but when you've got 2 players that start to run away with it, it becomes very difficult for the chasing pack.
42.
Been a bit of an off game this so far for Scott, and Neil is just taking full advantage of it.
89.
Yeah, Neil Duff, they're trying to search out the 51, finds the treble 3, so leaves himself on the champagne shot. One of my favourite finishes. Not that I hit it that often,
59.
but it just feels great
Neil,
when it goes.
132.
Well, Neil doesn't have to go the champagne way and won't go the champagne way. And across for treble 12 at dart 2.
That's what happens when you don't go the champagne way, you know that. No, sensible play there, obviously, from Neil.
Leaves himself double 12 after 12 to get the breaker thrown a 2-0 lead. And for all the struggles of Scott so far, Duff averaging 91.5. Pretty much what you come to expect of Neil, if the truth be told. Good darts, solid darts, consistent darts. But loads of misses at the doubles aren't something that we come to expect of Neil.
140.
So Marsh, who has been a passenger in this leg, had a go at the 140 to win. He's not going to take it out, but that second dart just below the 60.
Neil, you require
Put
6.
Duff down on that trapdoor that is double 3.
Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff.
Yeah, great second dart there. Just lifts it over the top. Obviously been at the back practicing with Bradley Brooks, who we mentioned before.
Third leg.
Like
It's
a double
Neil
3.
to throw first. Game on.
Neil is one of those players that between matches will, I wouldn't say religiously
68.
practice, but will spend a lot of time on the boards. Everything's about the right process with Neil. He has his way of doing things and he has to do it right.
85.
And look, it's worked for him. He's won 4 weekly titles here. He's won a double start title here, and he's a world champion.
99.
Very much a player that is blooming as he enters the twilight of his career, winning a world title at 49, doing well on the seniors tour. You can almost say that the best years are still in front of Neil Duff, potentially.
It's one of the things that I've always liked about the sport. Darts is kind of ageless, it's timeless. You have the youngsters coming through from the tender age of kind of 8 and 9 now.
140.
And then we've got players that are still in the highlight of their career.
Well, to put it in perspective, there is a 44-year gap between our youngest and oldest ever weekly winner here. Luke Littler at 16, Paul Hogan at 60.
140.
Duff leaving 54 after 12 to move 3-0 to the good.
43.
Just there or thereabouts in every
Neil, you
single leg, isn't
require
he, Neil?
54.
And Scott just cannot keep up with the onslaught. Tops is found, Duff is free up. And one of the things we've been saying about Neil is what darts, what equipment has he been using? He has gone with the Joe Cullen set today, and so far, so good, Laura.
Yeah, he really is making the most of this, because this is not the strongest of performances we've seen from Scott Marsh. Has got better as the match has gone along, but not really putting any real pressure on Neil Duff, who, as you say, is just going about his business.
80. $140.
Well crafted 140 that from Scott Marsh.
$140.
And when you are on the back foot like Scott Marsh is, when you hit a big score and then you see your opponent do it against you, it's kind of wipes out what you've just done. He's back in again.
100. $100.
Marsh needs to have a good setup turn here, because Neil Duff is on his tail. That'd mean that if Duff wins this 4-0, Scott Marsh would have played 2 games today and just won the solitary leg.
60.
And in the context of this match, he's been denied a dart at the outer ring throughout, Scott Marsh.
$129.
And that visit
Scott, you require
could see Scott Marsh denied a dart at the double at all.
Because he cannot take out the 144, and so Duff's going to return for 52 to see off a 4-0 win.
Neil, you require 52.
12 for tops for the former Lakeside champion, who won his Lakeside title on that double and wins this game on that double. 14 darter to finish off a 4-0 win for Neil Duff, who is now on 4 points in the group. He and Bradley Brooks are the top 2 after 2 games, the only 2 players with an unblemished record. At the tail of the tape from that match, Neil with an average in excess of 90, 33% on the doubles. Round 3 begins after the break, and we're going to see Bradley Brooks in action. He could move on to 6 points if he gets the better of Niels van Zanten. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen. So far, so good for Bradley Brooks and Neil Duff. They won both of their matches so far. They're on 4 points. We've also seen wins for Alex Small and Niels van Zanten in this afternoon session. So that's the order of play. Round 3 kicks off with Van Zanten up against Brooks, who could become the first player onto 6 points if he can win this match against the Dutchman. The 4th meeting between the pair this week, and Bradley has won all 3 of the Group A titles between this pair. Van Zanten got out the gate with a 4-0 win against Charlie Martin, but then kind of reverted back to type against Alex Small in his second, whereas Bradley, you'd probably say, Laura, so far today has probably been the player of the day.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Based on what we've seen so far, I don't see Van Zanten getting that first win that he's been searching for over Bradley Brooks. I should say the wins for Brooks kicked off with just under a 90 average. Then the performance so far of the day came in that 4-3 win over Charlie Martin. We had a 97-21, but 3 180s, 4 from 10 on the outer ring. He just had the whole game, and he needed it. He was pressured.
It was a massive improvement from Charlie, who we're going to see against Neil Duff in a couple of games' time as Bradley kicks off with a maximum. In terms of that department, that's already his 7th of the day. He had 3 against Scott Marsh, 3 against Charlie Martin.
Yep, 3 is the magic number.
100.
When that first dart goes in, there's almost an expectation. And if the first dart went in there would have been an expectation that he could have been on the 9. Here's a fun fact for you, Laura, because everybody loves a fun fact on a Thursday afternoon. Marvin van Velzen in the previous series became the first player to hit a 9 darter and then go on to win that very series.
Very fun fact.
100.
It's a fact. I'll give you that. An interesting one.
Obviously no room for fun on this Thursday afternoon.
134.
I'm just teasing. Yeah, I was there for that 9. Kind of came from nowhere. It definitely gave him that drive and that impetus, that belief, and then, as you say, went on to win it. Win the whole thing.
First 9 darter of the Super Series on comms?
Do you know, that was my first 9 on comms.
Ever?
Yeah, I felt like I was jinxed until that moment.
You require 87.
87 for Brooks. This is for an 11 darter. This is for a superb start. Now, options here, because he's having a glance at the scoreboard. He's seen Niels on 217. He doesn't want to go for the double 9. He's caught in 2 minds. He doesn't know what to do. He decided to
69.
attack it almost half-heartedly and then misses it.
Yeah, it's just one of those doubles. If you go inside, you leave yourself 9. If then chasing, you have to waste it up. Be interested to see what he does this time round.
41. Bradley, you require
Well, he doesn't have to go
18.
directly for it, but does go straight for it. Now, does he do the 3 double 3 thing? No, he went
No
1 double 4.
And that is the danger. It's an irony for most dart players. When you want the 1, you can't find it, and that's great setup play there from
Bradley, you require 18.
And when there was a matter of urgency, Bradley Brooks finally gets. It was a 16 darter where he missed a plethora of darts and a double and busted score.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
But how many times does that happen when your opponent's not on a finish and you miss a multitude at a double? And then finally, when there's pressure on it, you hit it. As Brooks hits his second max of the match.
Yeah, first 3 dart average in this match for Brooks. 180.
100.
Hold our breath as he steps up to the oki. Will he back it up this time with a second?
First dart perfect again. In more ways than one.
140.
Well, he may not have found that 6 treble 20, but he's again in a wonderful position. 181 after just 6 darts thrown, looking to tee up 97. Here and race into a 2-0 lead.
He's getting that first dart perfect pretty much every single visit.
100.
And again, he's on for a potential 11 darter.
$140. Bradley, you require 81.
72 required. Hops, double, double.
41.
Just has to settle for setting up tops. But
Niels, you
he's deadly
require
on that top.
164.
Treble 18. Bullseye. Boy, this would hurt Brad. But couldn't find the line or the length, and so Brooks will come back for top. So what would be his third 13 darter of the day? 2-0 leads, averaging 103.66.
Third leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, still yet to see a ton-topping finish from the 6 players. Had a few threaten it. And Van Zanten, they're just narrowly missing out on the 164.
The way Bradley's winning legs today is making himself very hard to beat. We mentioned the 3-13 darter. He's had a number of 15s and 16s in there. Effectively, what he's doing is making his opponent go out in 5 visits or less, pretty much leg in, leg out.
Yeah, and so
140.
far, the players he's played against just haven't been able to rise to the challenge.
How tough is it, though, when you know an opponent leg in, leg out is just putting you under copious amounts of pressure to then keep up with?
Yeah, it's difficult, when, especially the way that Brad's playing and walking around the stage. He just looks so comfortable. And finding that first target, I think the hard thing is when you do have the opportunity, like we saw Van Zanten have there, it's taking it, because there's just that added pressure that you've actually got there. You've got to a point where you could win the leg. That's when it becomes quite tough, and you can tense up and just pull it.
41. Niels,
Van Zanten has 6 here from 1-2-1 to bring it back to 2-1 and just keep Bradley thinking a little bit. Double 18, his favourite. Double 18 is found, and it's the first ton-plus checkout of the day, and it goes to Niels Van Zanten to bring it back to 2-1.
It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Nice sport in. Fist bump there from the pair. Bradley Brooks just recognising not just the finish, but the 12 dart response.
93.
And sometimes in games, when you race off like Bradley did, you almost forget the opponent's there, and Niels has just done something to remind you that he's still very much involved in a contest.
But I will say, against
60,
a player like Bradley, against Neil Duff, it's okay doing it on a leg, but you have to find the consistency, and I think that's where a lot of players have been struggling against the two.
99.
But we've seen a lot of times this week that 2-0 cushion can be susceptible.
84.
Players racing away and then being hauled back in next to no time at all.
Well, when you kick off with a throw, if you do go 2-0 down against the darts, it's just that 59. One break. If you can find that break back, then you're back on level terms.
$100.
That's what you call a frustrating tunt. When the first dart's so good, a nice lie, that you then cannot conjure anything else up. However, Brooks on throw is going to get 6 on 164 to put himself 3-1 to the good and to put himself a leg away from a third consecutive win of the session.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying about consistency.
104.
Last leg, Van Zanten 1 in 12. He's on 2-4-1 after 12 in this leg. And you can't afford to do that against I would say pretty much any of the other players in the field.
Van Zanten 141, but
Bradley
focus your
requires
eyes
60.
here on the treble 12. Open target,
20.
but cannot find.
Niels, you require 141.
Yeah, whilst I understand the reasoning, and I know he will do that consistently, it still feels like a
59.
waste of a dart.
Bradley, you require 40.
Got away with it on that occasion and does
Game
find the
shot on
target.
4 flag, Bradley Brooks.
Brooks leads into a 3-1 lead.
The weird thing is,
5th flag, it's
Bradley,
Niels
when
to
he
throw
does have
first.
that open bed and he has
Game
3
on.
darts in his hand, I can't remember an occasion, or very few occasions today, where he's not hit that tops first time.
Yeah, no, he's been very good on that target.
140.
I actually think where he has struggled, if at all, on the outer ring has been the combination of double 12 to double 6, and it's been double 3 that's rescued him.
50.
Bit like that song, isn't it? High, low, and that's how it goes for Brad.
$140.
But again, Van Zanten having another strong leg on throw, but the issue is he's doing nothing against the darts.
100.
No, but he's definitely giving Brooks something to think about.
$100.
He was just taking that pause there, I think, just to make sure that the target, if he hit the single number, would have left him on a finish. Finds the treble anyway, so down to 121 after 9.
134.
Been here before.
Niels, you require 121.
Doesn't have to chase it if he doesn't want to. Bullseye?
72.
Should have gone for it, Niels. But Bradley with a 2 treble turn here can really eke some pressure on Van Zanten.
140. Niels,
He
you
does
require
find the 2 treble
49.
visit, but 49 here for Niels. Double 16.
Game shot on the
finds
5th
it right in the
flag,
corner.
Niels Van Zanten.
As you say, 14 dart leg there. Niels has won those 2 legs in 12 and 14, but
6th
hasn't
flag,
been
it's
able to
Bradley to throw
muster
first.
anything
Game on.
when it's been against the throw, and Brooks has got the darts here for the win.
He's been a 140 scoring machine in this game, Niels Van Zanten. He's had 6 of them
60.
so far in this contest. But as you mentioned, it's been a match all about timing. And Bradley racing off well and hoping to do the job on his throw. But he's only kicked off 60 in this leg. And it's opened up the door here for Niels, who is seemingly improving as this game goes
100.
along.
134.
Great recovery, particularly after dart 1 dropping, sagging low.
$60.
Yeah, threatened to treble there, but couldn't quite find the target. Really does open the door, but Brooks struggling to find up for 18s.
57.
Again for Brooks there, just one of those throws where everything's just gone slightly low. Now it's to switch.
$81.
Well, there was an opening for Niels to break the throw here, but he's been unable to take it. And Bradley's setting up here from 250 to get this game won. It's one of those now he just wants to just get out of there, get that win, and not go through the histrionics of a last leg decider.
No, absolutely, because as we said, Van Zanten has been very good on throw, but just hasn't been able to find it against the darts.
45. Bradley, you require 132.
And so Brooks has 6 here from 132 and doesn't have to go the champagne way. Treble 16. And he'll stay there
92.
to leave himself tops for the match.
And we both know he has been deadly on that tops target, but could be under a little bit of pressure.
137.
Sizable pressure.
Bradley, you require
But
40.
Brooks has been so good on tops with 3 in hand. Double 10. Does
30.
not secure the win.
Niels,
And
you
he could be
require
embroiled
78.
into a last leg decider here. Van Zanten could take out 78.
Yeah, just taking his time there. We've seen him pin the 1-2-1 in this match. Can he add 78 to that? Single 20 for tops, for 3 apiece.
58.
And just goes low.
Bradley, you require 10.
To get over the line. It's been another proficient performance for Bradley Brooks. A little bit of a stutter in this leg. But it's a leg that he's won, and it's another game that he's won. It's 3 from 3 for Bradley Brooks. He gets the better of Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 0. The average just going below the 90 mark, but I think he'll be pleased enough with the way that he's played over the first 3 games of his session. Van Zanten losing despite the higher average, but it was the timing that was so key and so crucial, and that is why Bam Bam has the points in his pocket. Coming up after the break, Alex Small and Scott Marsh. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to begin the middle match of this afternoon session in Group C, and it sees Alex Small and Scott Marsh go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw a 3rd consecutive victory for Bradley Brooks, getting the better of Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 2, averaging just under the 90 mark. A couple of maxis in there. Another real proficient performance from Bam Bam. Our 8th game sees Marsh and Small go toe-to-toe. Alec, who has been impressive today. Both
First
averages
leg, it's Alex
around
to
about the
first.
90 mark. As
Game
for
on.
Scott, it hasn't quite worked out so far today. He's won a solitary leg from his first 2 matches, and he's playing an informed player who's unlucky not to be on 4 points himself, if the truth be told.
Yeah, I do agree. It was a very close run match against Neil Duff. Just edged out 4-3, but Scott Marsh, for me, the key thing, just didn't even have a chance at the outer ring in his last match. Just missing that fire, that scoring power that he's going to need, especially against a player like Small, who, as you said, seems to be in fine form.
Yeah, he's had a few biggies as Small today, hasn't he? In terms of the scoring power.
140.
I don't know the chance to chat to Alec today, but I wonder what maybe there's an intention between the 3 different coloured flights and why those particular colours.
You require 84.
Tops for a 12 darter. Superb start for Alex Small. That does a darter for a big start.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And you feel Scott Marsh just is going to have to find something just light that blue touch paper.
60. $45.
Well, Scott Marsh does have the Crystal Palace pencil case / what he uses for his equipment to the side of the board, and so far he may feel like he's
40.
had the fortunes of Crystal Palace so far at the start of this Premier League season. Full of promise before, but languishing down to the bottom of the table like his beloved
90.
Eagles, who find themselves with just a point to their name in the Premier League table at the end of the first international break of the season. And he's going to have to find the scoring power, the like of which, akin to Jean-Philippe Mateta. Mind you, according to those fans, nobody does it
81.
better.
Yeah, football reference number 2, not that I'm counting. And I'm not talking about the table anyway, because
45.
Palace, Palace.
Oh yes, let's talk about Southampton, Law. You've really done it now. 3 games played, 3 defeats, 1 goal scored, 5 conceded. Luckily, Everton are worse.
Nil
100
for us, anyway.
I'll see you in the Championship next season.
Thanks very much, Henry. Well, nil par for Saints, but nil point for Scott Marsh so far.
58.
Marsh looking to get a chalk onto the board. Laura stares at me disapprovingly.
60.
It's just my normal face when I'm sat in here with you, Henry. Don't panic.
99.
Well,
Scott,
both
you
players
require
on big finishes.
106.
Marsh will get first go of the 160. Not to be, but again, that first dart going above the wire is awkward for him.
60. Alec, you require 164.
Oh, Small missed the 170. Can he find a 164? Misses the second treble, but great recovery.
Scott, you require 100.
But this has kind of been the story of Scott Marsh's day. Opportunities have been on the periphery. A little bit like this. Needs to find the treble 19. Unable to do so. And so Small is back for 32 for a 2-0 lead.
76. Alec, you require 32. Gave shot on a second leg.
Yeah,
Alex
great
Small.
third dart there from Alex Small. Really had to move across because the way his darts land, that second dart completely blocks out the double 16. I think if you're Scott Marsh, if you'd seen that second dart actually land, you'd feel like you were in a chance of coming back. But the way his day's gone so far.
Yeah, that would have felt nasty for Scott, but would have felt delightful for Alec.
140.
Just a moment, this is the middle match of the afternoon session in Group C, but we are back tonight for Group B. That kicks off at 10
100.
p.m. this evening. Game 1 will get underway just around 10:05. Darius Labanauskas, Steve West, Kieran Tian, Richard Rowlands and Gemma Hayter are all in action later on this evening from 10. There's a lot of clamour and a lot of excitement over the debut of Gemma Hayter, who returned to the Women's Series earlier on this year, and she has made some impact
41.
on that tour.
Yeah, to say the least. She's not scared of a debut, I would say, based on what she's done at the Women's Series. I'm really interested to see how she gets on tonight, because I think she could put the cat amongst the pigeons when she comes to Group B.
Well, she played 3 or 4 weekends worth of events and nearly got herself in the Women's World Match, but that was how quick an imprint she made on that tour.
Yeah, they're notoriously difficult to win, but she picked up her title once again at the weekend just gone.
Of course, Gemma looking to join Bo Greaves, who's the only female winner of a Super Series
58.
regulation week. Of course, Rhiannon Sullivan, who won the Women's Super Series special in May, she's going to be playing in week 9. We
64.
will tell you more information as to when we're allowed to say. Small here, looking at the big fish to open up a 3-0 lead, but Marsh, with another trouble here, could leave himself
131.
on a 2-darter to break the throw.
170.
Missed the ball earlier for this. He's not going to get a go at it again.
105.
Yeah, I think that
Scott, you
really would have
require
hurt Scott Marsh.
86.
Back for 86, and you feel like he should at least get a shot at a double, and will do. Get 2 at least here. 32 required. 32
Yes, on
found.
the
2
third
dart.
leg,
Check
Scott
out there for
Marsh.
Scott Marsh. And another leg on the board.
That was a look of shock as
4
if,
flag. It's
oh, I've
Scott
actually
to throw
won one.
first. Game on.
The irony that goes into the mind of a dart player.
Oh, you say irony. In his first match, he was 1 from 3, denied a shot at the double in the second. And that was his first shot here. So his actual finishing when he gets there has been quite good, but just
71.
hasn't got there often enough.
Scott Marsh playing the bullseye challenge in the middle of a leg.
100. $60. 134.
Alec has played at a level, hasn't he, today, and stuck at it. It's that 88, 89 range. He's been there or thereabouts all day. And we saw in Group A,
44.
Carl Wilson average 88 pretty much for the entirety. 89 was around about his base. And that was what won in the group, that sheer consistency.
60.
And Alec could well have similar success by playing to similar numbers.
Yeah, whilst you've got Brooks and Duff, who haven't actually lost a game yet, I think Alec is the one that, of the remaining 4, that is pushing for a place in Saturday's
140.
finals. Obviously, we've still got quite a way to go. Things can change around.
$100.
Small leaving 107 after 12, threatening the break of throw. But he will be mindful here, Alec, because Scott may not be playing at his best, but
45.
he has
you require
found himself in a
107.
position where if this 107 doesn't go, he could find this game level soon.
43. Scott, you require 141.
Yeah, outside chance here for Scott. Not going to go. So Alec back.
55.
64 required
Alec,
to
you
go
require
3-1 in front.
64.
Then he would have the darts to see it through. Tops.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
3-1 to Alex Smalley, gets the break, and the wild card has the darts to seal a second win from
5th flag.
3.
It's Alec to throw first. Game on. 140.
To see Scott Marsh in that little interval between legs there, just pulling that face of just not going today. And as players, you do have days like that.
Well, to win this game, the Martian's going to need to find darts from a different planet.
I think I just saw a tumbleweed go past.
180.
Oh, Alex Small looking to win this game as quickly as possible. 6 darts on 181.
Yeah, not just because he is one of the fastest throwers in the field, but just the actual way that he's playing.
Well, he's left 50 after 9. Now, there's a commentator who sat in this commentary box that has hit a bullseye for a 10-dart leg. And 57. Scott Marsh isn't on a finish.
You require 50.
Do you, Alec? No, he plays it safe. He plays the percentages, but now double 19 goes straight for it. He finds it and fires home his second win of the day, a 12-darter in the final leg to get the better of Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 1. He's playing really well. His highest average of the day, 90.37. He's playing in that 88, 89, 90 range, and he's incrementally getting better as the day goes along. Small 4, Marsh 1, Martin Duff after the break.
One 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 140.
The inaugural ADC Global Championship will take place in December this year, and this is what you need to know. It's going to take place from the 9th to the 22nd of December, held here at the Live Lounge across 2 weeks, live on the Super Series YouTube channel, featuring 24 players from 3 continents, including the top 2 players from the ADC Women's Tour. Now, it will be the Super Series format for the 2 weeks before a special day on the Sunday, and there's £85,000 up for offer, with 25,000 of which going to the inaugural ADC Global Champion. Now, Charlie Martin and Neil Duff are 2 players that will be here for the Championship Tour Finals. That's going to be on November the 16th, but just outside the qualification spots via the ADC rankings. However, the way the rankings work is Neil, with a decent run towards the end of the year, could gate crash the top 4. Now, the top 4 in the ADC rankings, that's the provisional rankings. They'll go through. So Bolton at the Mould, Matthews and Welding at the minute are in those top 4 places. But the top 4 in the Championship Tour are guaranteed to go through. But the UK rankings take precedence. So Bolton, Croft, Banks and Stone, they're all going to be here. Bolton's top of the ADC rankings. Stone could get into the top 4. And then, I mean, the players just below will then be invited through. So Darryl Pilgrim is pretty much assured of a spot, even though he's not in the top 4. And if one of Stone and Banks can get into the top 4 in those ADC rankings, then we're going to see Bradley Brooks here again 24. In December. The top 2 in the women's rankings are guaranteed. That's Dieter Hedman and Fallon Sherrick, as well as global ranking table leaders, which in Belgium is Brian Roman. In Southern Europe is Andreas Nicolai. I think the big surprise, John Michael's not leading that. In the Dutch order of merit is Jimmy Van Schie, and the Benelux Open champion gets an automatic passage through. That's Jeroen Caron, the Belgian.
140.
And the other ranking tables will be determined in due course. There's qualifiers from across the globe as well, and a seniors qualifier to determine who's going to be here for those 2 weeks.
125.
Very well explained. Feels like it's a who's who of his actually played over here at the Modus Super Series.
140.
Yes, and Super Series format up until the finals, where the 4 semi-finalists from both weeks will qualify for grand finals. The quarter-final, semi and final will be played over one day. The quarter-final over best of 11 legs. The semi-final over best of 13 legs. And the final, best of 17 to determine the inaugural ADC Global Champ.
40.
Back to this game. Charlie Martin off to a strong start, but Neil Duff threatening the break of throw.
140. Charlie require 157.
Charlie is the first to have an attempt at a finish, but it's not going to go. So that 140 there leaves Duff on 81. 2 dot potential checkout here.
Neil, you require 81.
Treble 19 for double 12. Nice enough guide. Utilises it. 15 dart to break for Neil Duff. He's up and running. Wins this game. He will join Bradley Brooks on 6 points, and you'd probably say early on in this Group C, there's a little bit of table separation with Alex Small on 4. Niels van Zanten would have been the only other player to have picked up a win, but his form has kind of slid a little bit.
Arguably, I'd say Brooks to me has been the kind of star performer today, but Neil Duff has just been clinical. He's really kind of got that game face on, just taking everything in his stride. And when he's had the opportunities, he's had the chances, then he has, for the majority, been taking them.
As I mentioned, these two will be playing at the Championship Tour Finals.
59.
Neil Duff, the number 8 seed, he's going to take on Andy Bolton in the quarterfinals. That is an out tie.
83.
Whilst Charlie Martin takes on the 2nd seed, Joe Croft. The other 2 quarterfinals, Gary Stone up against Darryl Pilgrim, and Thomas Banks up against Bradley Brooks.
100.
Semis and finals will also be played later on that day. Best of 7, I believe, the format. Same as the Super Series for those games.
134.
Neil Duff once again down to a 2 dart checkout after just 12 darts.
83. Neil, you require 84.
Averaging 102 so far. It's been a real proficient start. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye with 69 remaining. Isn't going to do so with Martin on 199.
44.
And so Tops is going to be left for a 2-0 lead.
$58. Now you require 40.
Tops for 2-0.
No score. Charlie, you require
Miss there
141.
does offer an opportunity here for Charlie, but that last visit, just 58, leaves him on a big finish, 141, and not going to go.
100. Neil, you require
And so Neil
40.
Duff returns with 3 more in hand at Tops, but this time under much more pressure.
$20.
Unable to get,
Charlie,
and so
you
Martin will
require
return.
41.
41 for the break of throne, a level match at 1-1. This would be a steal.
1. Neil, you require 20.
And those are the chances that Martin's going to have to take.
Game shot on a second
Neil Duff
leg.
does
Neil
miss
Duff.
again, but probably would have expected to finish that leg a bit quicker, but got there in the end.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first.
So Duff 2
Game
up.
on.
And again, we're just kind of seeing the difference between maybe some of the darts Charlie Martin has been playing and the difference maybe to this level where maybe in the past he's been able to
121.
get away with opportunities like that. But against a man who's climbed to the summit of the lakeside, seldom are you able to be allowed that room
60.
for manoeuvre.
Well, when I have seen Charlie play, as I say,
140.
played local league with him for quite a long time, and when he has played, one of the elements of his game, which is always pretty spot on, is his finishing, and that really is what's kind of it let him down in that first opening leg that we saw
140.
way back in game one, and hasn't really recovered. Did push Bradley Brooks, but ended up losing 4-3, and when you get the chances, you have to take them. He normally is very good.
140.
But like you said, could be the pressure of the Modus Super Series stage.
We've seen a lot as well from players like Charlie, who we know have got bags of potential, and maybe the first day
100.
doesn't correlate that.
Charlie,
Usually
you
on day
require
2, we see a
100.
much better version of themselves because they've been on that stage before. Tops.
60.
I'm going to say I can identify with that. Knowing my Group C campaign, I lost all 5 my first day.
Just remember, you're the one who's quoting this. I've not said a thing.
60.
No, you're just
Charlie,
bringing
you
back
require
like really
40.
bad memories. No, I'm joking.
I know I bring the worst out of people. Okay. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
14
Charlie
data,
Martin.
back to 2-1. Duff
Fourth
with the
leg,
darts
it's
to
Neil to throw first.
open up that 2-leg
Game
cushion
on.
again. It was only a hold to throw that for Charlie.
100.
Now, we've seen elements of and signs of the potential that we've been talking about with Charlie Martin. He hit that 12 darter to keep
100.
himself in the match against Brooks, and then just missed out, as I say, in a deciding leg. So it's there, it's bubbling under the surface, but it's just bringing it out and bringing it out consistently.
Obviously, we spoke
59.
with Charlie this morning, and one of the questions I asked, we try and ask of debutants, is about their background, what they've played and what they've done before. And
60.
he was hopefully admitting this is the first time he's played anything of this size and this scale before in his career. And that does take some adapting and some getting used to.
41.
Yeah, I'm going with I still am. Trying to adapt. Yeah, it's just wanting to make the most of the chance that you've got. Trying to get that combination of real focus, but also relaxing enough to be able to play your best darts.
100.
At the minute, he's playing in a game where he's being given no time and no luxury, because every
58.
single time he's putting in some decent stuff, Duff is throwing something similar back at him.
Well, Martin is the first down to a finish.
92.
It's a big
Charlie
finish.
require 143.
143 for level match at 2-2. Doesn't go, and so Duff looking at 109. I've only seen one ton plus finish today. That was the Niels van Zanten 1-2-1 for a 12 darter against Bradley Brooks. Is Duff going to deliver the 109? He's going to get a dart at double 16. Cannot find it, and so Charlie Martin here for level match.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Yeah, good
Charlie
dart, well
Martin.
executed, and we are at 2 apiece and back on throw.
Well, you said those doubles have been a key component for Charlie Martin. 2 from 5, 40% in this game, but Neil Duff has missed 8 darts at the outer ring in this contest thus far.
Yeah, most of them actually in one leg, to be fair, which offered the opportunity for Charlie. But since then, when Charlie's had a chance, he's taken it.
$140.
This game, as we head towards the middle portion, is boiling up quite nicely. Both players very much in the groove, and
26.
I was about to say firing big shots at one another before Charlie hits that 26.
177.
Neil Duff still got the memo. 177 to back up the 140. He's looking to break straight back.
45.
Well, Neil Duff looking for the
140.
breaker throw here. And Charlie Martin's salad day here at the Super Series, his big debut day, could well be heading in the wrong direction. Duff looking at 44. This for an 11 darter be the best leg we've seen so far today.
Game shot on the
And
5th
Duff
flag.
gets the
Neil
break
Duff.
in 11 to lead 3-2 and now have the darts to complete the match.
6th flag. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, questions were being asked of Neil Duff when Charlie made it 2 apiece, but wow, what an answer.
59.
Seen a lot of players average around that 88, 89 today. And Neil Duff doing exactly the same here.
85.
It's just such a reliable figure, reliable number, and if your doubles are on point averaging that, it really doesn't matter what the level is. James Wade has proven it.
60.
That you can win games around that mark if you're good enough at the right points.
Yeah, it's all about just getting it right at the right time.
100. 108.
Talking about right place, right time. Neil Duff's first max of the match puts him on the cusp of winning this game.
108.
Charlie Martin not willing to go away quietly.
45. Charlie requires.
Well, suddenly this leg has a different
136.
complexion to it because of the Martin max. It looked over when Duff hit his maxi.
60.
It could be
Still you require
game very much on because he's
157.
left himself on 76 and Duff is unable to take out the 157.
137.
He had a great visit there
Charlie
to leave himself on a
requires
double if
76.
Martin does miss 76. 2 darts at double 8 and double 4.
72.
Can't convert.
Neil, you require.
And so
20.
this to get over the line. Neil Duff with 3 in his hand at double 10, but he's gone low into the double 15.
Charlie, you
And he's
require
given
4.
Charlie Martin a reprieve. A chance to send this game to a last leg. But he needs to find the madhouse.
Game shot
He
on
does
the 6th
find the
flag, Charlie
madhouse.
Martin.
And we go the distance for the 3rd time today. Charlie Martin's
7th
already
and
lost
final
4-3.
leg.
That was to
It's
Bradley
Charlie to
Brooks.
throw
And
first.
Neil Duff's already won
Game on.
4-3 today against Alex Small. Are those two components going to combine here, or are they going to meet in the middle?
66.
Yeah, this time for Charlie, he does have the advantage of throw. Can he make the most of it?
95.
Not just would this be a good win in terms of Charlie be off the ball, but the manner of this win, if he was able to get over the line, the fact he's had to work hard for it will give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, the 180 in the last leg just to turn things around completely.
57.
And see it out to make it 3 apiece. This is the last piece of the puzzle missing for Charlie, I think, so far today, is actually just getting over the line. It's the second time consecutively he's pushed it to a 3-all decider coming from behind. Now just needs to find that last little bit.
Needs to find a couple of troubles, though, you feel. And able to do so. And so this game
57.
is in the palm of the hands of Neil Duff, who has already missed a match start at double tempo, going low into the double 15 in the previous leg.
60.
It definitely feels edgy, this leg. Understandably so. Neil Duff still trying to go through the card, and Charlie Martin just seeking out those first points.
97. Neil, you require 148.
Both players on big finishes to win this match. Duff unable to find the 148. What could Charlie make of the 134?
54. Charlie, you require 134.
Opted to go up. Quite often you'll see 2 treble 17s.
70.
Duff back for the match.
Neil, you
Needs
require
94.
94.
Charlie stands at the back of the stage and hopes. That hope gets a little bit bigger. And now he has the game where he wants it. On his terms.
62.
It's his
Charlie,
to lose now.
64.
One in his hand. Pick your target of choice. The target's double 16. The target is found, and Charlie Martin picks up his first win here at the Super Series. A frustrated Neil Duff trudges back down the hockey, having conceded his first match of the session. Charlie Martin wins by 4 legs to 3. That's how he's done so, and it means it is advantage Bradley Brooks in this league table, the only player of 100% record, and he is in action after the break against Alex Small, who's been mightily impressive in all 3 matches thus far.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet. In the online darts live league. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a league contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums earlier here.
100.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
shot leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Charlie Martin get his first win on the board, getting the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. This is how the table looks. Scott Marsh, the only player not to pick up a win thus far. Solitary victories for Niels van Zanten and Charlie Martin. Duff missing out on the opportunity of moving on to 6 points. And so it means that Bradley Brooks and Alex Small are the top 2, and they go toe-to-toe in Game 10 of our session. As you can see, Bradley Brooks the only player yet to drop a match so far. 3 wins from 3, and he's had to work hard at times for those wins too, because players have been raising their game against him. He has been the player of the day. He's top of the table, but he's taken on Alex Small, who has been consistent throughout. He's been languishing around that late 80s to high 90s range. If he plays to a similar level and can double to a decent tune, Bradley has got an almighty game on his hands. This could well be, Laura, the game of the session.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If they both
First
play to
leg,
form,
it's
then
Bradley to throw
yeah,
first.
we've not only got a high quality
Game
match,
on.
but I think we've got a bit of a rapid match on our hands as well.
Well, for Bradley, it's about not being drawn into that quick pace. It's not a slouch, not by any means the imagination, but when you play somebody as fast as Alec, it's not getting
57.
drawn into that rat-a-tat pace.
And I think for both these players, we've mentioned
60.
it before, it's going to be very much how their first start goes as to how the next two tend to follow. If they can get that right. And we've seen second consecutive throw,
57.
almost identical. When Brooks throws just below, it doesn't go well, but when that first one goes in for
140.
Alec, he tends to follow.
If Alex Small ever hits a 9-darter in this building, I promise you there will never be a quicker 9-darter hit.
27. Look
Look how quick them 3 went in. Look how quickly this leg could go, because within the space of a minute, he's left himself on a finish.
60. Alec, you require 121.
What a start this is. Bradley Brooks has just been
41.
pretty much left in the practice room. It's been that quick a start for Alex Small.
$119. Alec, you require 80.
Yeah, treble for double.
48.
That first attempt at the double may have just been slightly blocking.
Alex Small's gone off like a
95.
tornado, and Bradley
require
Brooks has
32.
been left in the wind in this opening leg.
Game shot on
And
the
Small
first
gets
leg.
up and
Alex
running, gets the
Small.
breaker throw. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Pivotal point in this for Bradley. Yes, he's won his
96.
first 3, but his last 2 come against Alec here, and then he finishes off his day against Neil Duff in game 13.
Yeah, arguably
99.
for Bradley, the games have got slightly tougher. But as you say, players have raised their levels against him.
And this is what
58.
makes the format so intriguing, because the fixtures flip tomorrow. So he's going to have 4 fixtures off the bat, which could well be his big 2 opponents, which he'll try and wrestle as many points as
59.
possible for. But then if he gets himself in a good position after those 4 games, conceivably anyway,
140.
the last 3 matches against the players at the moment, the bottom 3 in the table, where he would expect to pick up 6 points.
100.
Yeah, you can't really say you can relax, because unless you're definitely there, there's
64.
no relaxing in this format. But He's made a great start, so I just hope he can just pick up some points against the other two that are in the chasing pack. He'll see himself well on the way to Saturday.
Alec, you require 143.
143, and he's got 6 darts from here to make it 2-0.
$91.
And the Super Series Speedy Gonzalez is a couple of darts away from making it 2-zip.
76. Alec, you require 52.
Needs tops.
Gave shot on the
tops,
second
and it's
leg.
2-0 to Alex Small.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw
First point today where Bradley
Game
Brooks has found himself in a bit of spot of bother. And we're going to see how he's going to deal with that particular setback.
45.
I think for me, the difference with Bradley is he's just not got that first dart right. Other matches, he's just found it, and Alec has just all over it. Second 180 of the match for Small.
You know what we said about Alec possibly having the quickest 9-darter in the history of the Modus Super Series?
Had to say it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
95.
Ruined it again. One day, I will say the right thing at the right time.
The irony will be that you won't say it and they will be a 9-darter. That's going to be the difference.
56.
Yeah, it's just been really solid so far from Small, and Brooks just hasn't had much of a response.
140.
Unlucky not to get a 180. Got a bit of a deflection off that second dart.
Small 6 darts from the fish to get the double break
64.
and to open up a 3-0 lead. Leaves himself on 106. Brooks, well, needs to find another 2-trouble turn or leave himself on a 2-darter. I'll have to chase down for it. But again, a lot of darts stooping low into the bed.
56.
Yeah, the position of the lie of the darts just forcing him to go for a different target.
50.
Leaves himself on a single to double if this does not go. And if the first dart does hit, you expect a second to follow, but he's unable to find. And so Alex Small here,
95.
in the space of 6 minutes, could find himself free up.
56.
Tops.
36.
Does not go, and this could well be a turning point.
63.
Yeah, single 10 leaves him tops.
Game shot on a third leg.
And this time finds the target, and as you say, could that be a turning point for Bradley Brooks? Well off the pace in terms of average and scoring from what we've seen, but that could be an all-important finish there.
All-important moment. And also, let's not forget that how important the legs difference could be going into tomorrow. So every single leg you pick apart, particularly
96.
against those you're close by within the group, has that extra weight of importance. Particularly in the best of 7 form. We kind of saw last week in double trouble, because it was best of 5, that actually legs difference doesn't come into play as much as it does when you've got a slightly longer format.
100.
Bradley,
100.
because he started off on the 20s, could not leave himself a finish on 305. The 140 would have left himself on 165. He left if he went 18's first start and then had 2 trouble 20s, he would have left himself on 167. And so Small has been given an opportunity here at 134 to make it 3-1.
Alec, you require 134. 42. Bradley, you require 105.
Made a bit of a mess of that, so 105 here for Brooks to level the match. single 5 for tops. The
Game
target
shot
has
on
been
fourth
very
leg,
good for
Bradley
him, and we are
Brooks.
at 2 apiece. And Alex Small perhaps scratching his head slightly because he was in control of those last
Fifth
2
leg,
legs,
it's
but it's
Bradley
Bradley
to throw
Brooks who's
first.
found a way through.
Game on.
It'll feel like a contest which slowly but surely Alex Small may feel like he's being allowed to slip by. Brooks
100.
got out slowly, but it just slowly but surely worked his way back into the contest, and now we're back at 2-2, and we're back on
60.
throw crucially too.
I think when you expect your opponent, when you've seen them play well and you expect them to keep that kind of
42.
level up, when they don't, you can sometimes just relax maybe a bit too much. And at crucial stages, especially when it's come to setting up the doubles and setting up the throw,
120.
Alex just found himself wanting slightly, couldn't find the treble, couldn't leave a low enough finish, and it's just opened the door for Bradley, and he's very happily walked through.
93.
He's going to get 6 from here, Brooks, to
100.
set himself up for a 3-2 lead. And again, we will see. Well, he doesn't have to worry about it now. When you hit the treble, you don't have to worry about the setup play. When you hit maximums, you get to win legs quickly. And he's left himself an 8-6 after 12.
85.
It's just
Bradley
another great
require
example of when that first
86.
start goes in and goes in well, he knows how to follow him.
Double 7
72.
is not heaven for Bradley
Alec, you
Brooks.
require
And now he hopes that Alex
136.
Small hasn't got a big finish in the locker. He hasn't. But because of the way his darts go in,
46. Bradley
this
require
could be
14.
awkward. And that's why he's splitting. 6 for double 4.
Game shot on the fifth
Yeah,
leg.
just snuck
Bradley
in the corner,
Brooks.
and wow, what a turnaround here for Bradley Brooks. Trailing 2-0, now 3-2 and 1 leg away from victory.
Sixth leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game
And
on.
away for 4 wins out of 4, and then he'll play Neil Duff in the last game of the session. If he wins 5 from 5 here today, he'll
60.
be in almightily good position. If he wins this game, he'll temporarily open up a 4-point lead at the top of the table, ahead of Neil Duff's game against Niels van Zanten, which has been a affair to keep your eyes festered upon over the
140.
course of this week.
60.
Don't know about you, Laura, but the one thing I've really enjoyed about Bradley Brooks today has been the control of not just the darts, but also of
60.
himself.
Yeah, he's not dropped his head at all. He's just been very remaining focused on the task in hand, because you can get despondent. And at 2-0 down, he just couldn't find anything. And as I say, a couple of opportunities at the outer ring taken, and now he's in control of this match.
108.
And finds the second 180 of the match.
He's himself on 1-2-1
60.
after
Bradley
9.
require 121.
Saw Niels van Zanten hit a 1-2-1 for 12 darter against Bradley Brooks. Doesn't have to take it out for 12, and he is not going to contemplate such thinking.
64.
He was just working it out, but again, the position of the darts just blocked the target he wanted to go for. So plenty of time on
90.
his side.
Bradley require 57.
Yes, for a 4-2 win. He was 2-0 down in this contest. But he's won 4 on the spin, and he's ended with a 14 darter. And Bradley Brooks is 4 from 4. And Bam Bam is making quite serene passage of Group C thus far. He missed out on a spot in the evening session, but I think he'll be happy enough to be playing this afternoon so far. A 4-2 win against Alex Small. A ton plus check out, a 14 darter in there. Decent enough scoring, exceptional finishing. Brooks is on to 8 points. Neil Duff can move to within a couple of points of the table topper if he can get the better of Niels van Zanten.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out.
Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velsen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt his own being out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velsen!
Marvin Van Velsen there, picking up the Series 8 title a couple of weeks ago, beating another Van, Jimmy Van Ski, by 4 legs to 3. And on the subject of Vans, no, we're not a Ford pickup centre. Niels van Zanten finds himself on the stage, and he takes on Neil Duff in our 11th game of the session. Van Zanten won the opening match against Charlie Martin by 4 legs to 0, but hasn't quite worked out for him since. Averaged 93.5 against Bradley Brooks last time out, and despite that, lost 4-2 against the man at the top of the table, and he's 4 wins from 4 is Brooks, having got the better of Alex Small by 4 legs to 2 before the break. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 105 checkout, and 14 data to win the game. Next up for us then, it is Duff against Van Zanten, and for Neil, if he wins this game, he goes to within a couple of points of Brooks at the top of the table, ahead of their match in game 13.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting clash between the two. But Duff still with a bit of a job to do, and I can almost guarantee he will not be happy after losing that match 4-3 to Charlie Martin. Had a match-winning opportunity, didn't take it.
Bradley will feel like 8 points. Job for the day is done. If he can get to 10, then he is in a serene position going into tomorrow's play. And this week-and-a-half journey for him, which included playing in a double start tournament, playing in an influence event, and playing in the main series, may well begin to feel a little bit more worth
140.
Yeah, double start finish. It's the stuff of nightmares for me.
97.
Double finish is, you know, taxing enough at times.
We won't go into detail. Don't need to talk about that leg against said commentator.
That leg, yes.
If you want to watch that leg, it is available on YouTube, but there has to be an advert midway through it.
Break through the leg, yeah. Thanks.
And that was a TV company putting the break in.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry.
125.
Just getting my own back. Van Zanten's already had a 1-2-1 for 12 darts already today. He's looking to do so again. There could be a break at the end of this leg. Chill 17 would have given him a dart on the bullseye. Duff returning for 98.
Require 98.
Yeah, needs a treble 19. Yeah, a couple of wild darts there. Just gone left of the targets.
30. Niels, you require
A
83.
good opportunity for an early break here for Niels.
He's looking at 83. Double 9.
65.
Does not go, and so Duff does have an opportunity to take out this opening leg. 68.
Tops.
48.
It just goes low.
Niels, you require 18.
So Van Zanten is going to split and goes 10 double 4 to accumulate the break and to take out the opening leg.
Yeah, sensible option.
Second
Panned out
leg,
well
it's
there.
Niels to throw first.
For Niels Van Zanten.
Game on.
Just giving Neil Duff a little bit to think about. Yeah, both these players, they played in the Group A stages. Van Zanten, he only had 2 wins to his name, but one of them did
80.
come against Neil Duff, so has felt victory against the Duff man.
Yeah, that win came on Monday. Neil Duff in that game averaged in excess of 96. He hit 5 180s, but he was 12 darts at a double, and that's how Van Zanten managed to swoop in. And you'd say so far this game has followed a similar trajectory where Duff missed the opportunity to go one up and Van Zanten took full advantage.
$100. $57.
Shake of the head there from
95.
Neil Duff, but recovers well, finds the treble.
Van Zanten here is in a decent enough position to
83.
potentially open up a 2-0 lead, but because of that errant slip into the singles 7, it has now allowed Duff 6 to level up.
96.
Well, in that earlier match with Van Zanten against Brooks, where he hit the 93 average, you know, one of the best performances that we've seen from him, including the 1-2-1, he was very, very good on throw. He's already found a way to break, but now needs to find a way to hold.
100. Neil, you require
So 110 for Duff to square this game up at 1-1 and to get the break back. Treble 18 gives him a dart at the subsequent double.
Game shot,
finds it,
second
and
leg,
Duff
Neil
levels up
Duff.
at 1-1, and that's something he's so good at. Picking apart an opportunity
Third leg, it's
such
Neil to
as
throw
that
first.
when he
Game
needed
on.
it the most. The 110 joins the 105 of Brooks and the 121 of Niels in the Ton Plus collection today.
140. $43.
Yeah, and already those first visits puts Neil Duff very firmly in the driving seat in this leg to hold throw, she says, but doesn't back it up.
Good old commentator's curse. Nice it wasn't me for a change. I thought I was alone.
Definitely not.
It's just because I rabble so much. Insert adjective, I suppose it's going to happen to
43.
me more than most. I get it, okay.
Yeah, Duff back in though.
100. $100.
Well, Van Zanten a few moments ago was in a decent enough position to go 2 legs to the good, but it's now a match very much in the control of the
85.
Northern Irishman, Neil Duff.
$60. Neil, you require 141.
Yeah, well, I've got at least 6 from here. Another wild visit. Seen a few of those just coming into Neil Duff's game in the latter stages of today. Can only muster 26.
115 for a 2-1 lead, and Van Zanten looks like he's just hit a little bit of a wall here. Duff just going about his business his way, not being drawn into the contest.
60. Neil, you require 115.
Yeah, there are always options with this kind of finish. That leaves tops.
Game shot on
And
a
that's a
third
great
leg.
finish.
Neil
That's
Duff.
the 115 to the 118 we saw earlier in the match.
Back-to-back
Fourth
ton
leg.
plus
It's Neil's to
checkouts
throw
for
first.
Neil Duff, and we
Game
get
on.
to the break Graham Usher glass in case of emergency scenario, because Neil Duff winning 2 legs with ton plus checkouts. Nobody in this building has won all 4 legs in a game with a ton
60.
plus checkout. It was done in the then live league, in the last ever live league event, the Champion of Champions by Graham Usher. He was 2-0 down, he hit 4 ton plus checkouts, including a 9. No one's ever done it since.
100. $59.
Yeah, and after Van Zanten kind of kicked off with quite a strong opening leg, just hasn't been able to just get that form back. And again,
100.
something we've spoken about throughout today. If you're going to beat these top players, you need the consistency. It's okay doing it a leg here and a leg there, but that still won't win your matches. And this is all about winning matches and gaining points.
100. $100.
Turning his way down in this leg is Neil Duff, looking for the break of throw and a 3-1 lead, and he then have the darts to see this game through.
60.
And he's going to get the setup turn here to do exactly that.
$60.
Well, I was going to say, if he got the trouble there, he could have been on for the red pen leg.
As it is, Duff still looking like he's in control. Needs to stay there.
$58. Neil, you require 141. $60. Neil, you require 164.
So Duff back for a 3-1 lead, needs 81.
90. Neil, you
That's a
require
good start.
81.
Couple of drive visits for Neil has just allowed Van Zanten to lurk around the periphery if this bullseye doesn't go.
56.
Grazes to 25.
Neil, you
And
require
Van Zanten
74.
here should at least get a dart to level this contest up. Just when it looked like Duff had assumed control of this contest, but it's only going to be a dart to the ball potentially here.
Well, not even that. And yeah, the reaction says everything you need to know. Make sure of the single number. I know the treble was so tempting, but make sure of the single. Give yourself a chance.
42. Neil, you
That's
require
something that's going to be learned with
25.
experience. Duff, 88. A little bit of a change of tack. He's been going 1 12 this week.
Game
But it
shot
doesn't
on the
matter how
fourth
he goes
leg.
and where
Neil
he
Duff.
goes. He finds himself 3-1 up.
Yeah, sometimes change is good, and you use that
Fifth
to
leg.
good
It's Neil
effect.
to throw first. Game on.
Just likes to keep our spotters and everything on their toes.
97.
Well, they say variety is the spice of life.
100.
We've got plenty of darting variety for you in Series 9. Some real exciting names that are going to be making their debut. We've got Gemma Hayter later on the scene. And we're going to see Stowe Bunce here later on this series. He was such an enigma at the Grand Slam at Wolves last year. We're going to see James Hubbard back. He's going to be joining us in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, make sure you've got your sunglasses on, because Stowe Bunce definitely brings a bit of colour to the hockey.
I feel sorry for the poor camera operators here who have got to try and make sure all the colours are set perfectly on the lenses for when he plays.
$40. $100.
Yeah, Van Zanten just not finding anything to keep up with Neil Duff.
$83.
That
Neil, you
almost
require 147.
felt concessionary, didn't it, there from Van Zanten. Duff not going to take out the 147, but he is going to get time on his side to win this game.
97.
And he's going to return for 50 to claim the points.
Quite often you see from Van Zanten, he might find something here just to put a bit of pressure on, but often it's just
99.
academic and does find the
Neil,
treble.
You require 50.
10 for tops. Nice guide, bent the wire, and he fires home with dart 2, and Neil Duff gets the better of Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 1, and so it means that he's going to set up a game against Bradley Brooks in a couple of matches' time to see where the land lies in terms of the league table. The tail of the tape sees Neil Duff beat Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. The Duff man, the former world champion, walks down the stage a victor, hitting 2 ton-plus checkouts en route to that success. All in all, 4 from 9 on the doubles. A 4-1 victory for the Duff man. Coming up after the break, it is Scott Marsh against Charlie Martin.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow.
We're on a bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. He's still not Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0.
But it doesn't. The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around. He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. Macy a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Wow, very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long. Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. for the Mets. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to start game 12 of the session. It's Scott Marsh up against Charlie Martin. I'm in the company of Laura Turner this afternoon and this evening for all of the proceedings. And before the break, we saw Neil Duff get the better of Niels van Zanten by 4-1, averaging just under 83, taking out a couple of tub plus checkouts, 4 from 9 on the doubles. Now, these two you were mentioning to me during the break, these two fairly local to one another, so this will probably be a bit of a settler for the pair because there'll be no secrets about each other.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'm sure they would have played each other on several occasions. They both travel around, they both play the ADC vaults, so yeah, they probably do know each other's game well, but Scott Marsh just hasn't been able to find the levels, hasn't been able to compete
97
well enough, and has been restricted on the outer ring. When he's got there, he's been very good. Charlie just had that really slow start, disappointing opening leg, which seemed to affect him, but has managed to pick up 2 points, found that maiden win. Feels like a big game for both of them. For Scott, you don't want to be the player that goes out into the second day with no points under their belt, but for Charlie, this could put him right into or keep him right in contention.
Just keeps him hanging around the periphery. But the one thing Charlie is going to have to do as well is pick up legs, because his legs difference at the beginning of this contest, -4. And when you compare that to Alex Small, Neil Duff and Bradley Brooks, they're +4, +7, +8 respectively. So there's a big gap in those particular numbers, which he's going to have to try and make up at some point.
Yeah, when you're sat in that back room and you're watching all the play kind of unfold in front of you, and you recognise that there's a player that perhaps isn't playing as well as what they can do, feels like a real opportunity to pick up some points. And I imagine both of them sense this could be a bit of an opportunity because neither have produced their top levels. But for me, Charlie's just settled in. He's just got that bit better. He's going to want to make the most of it.
97 97
And again, it's part of the play that we've seen from Scott, slipping into the 5, can't find the adjustment. Has had a few darts just slip out the hand.
Well, it's interesting just seeing the first thing. So a lot of darts go above the treble bed, but what it looked like, he was just going back to that. What most players do when they're really showing, just going back to basics, just keeping it straight and then working from there. That would have been from nowhere, if the truth be told, as well. That 157.
133.
Yeah, the great setup
Charlie
play.
require 80.
Finds the treble 20, needs double 10.
60. Scott, you require 24.
Yeah, the tops and 20 route for Charlie Martin, especially on an 80 finish, has plagued him slightly today.
So double 6 for Marsh. Is that useful?
12.
Well, he
Charlie,
tried to use it, but
20.
just went over the top. So Martin back for double 10.
To take out the opening leg, double
Eggs
10
on
is
the
found,
first
and
leg,
Charlie Martin gets the break, and he leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on. $180.
Yeah, as I alluded to earlier, I think Charlie's just finding his feet here at the Modus Super Series here on debut.
180.
But great response there from Scott Marsh.
Charlie Martin's thinking, why'd you have to do that now?
60.
He is throwing with a lot more fluency, is Martin.
but he actually looks a bit more comfortable up there as well. You were saying, you know, when he's having his interview earlier, he's kind of he's quite a shy person anyway, and you know, it's a new experience. It can be nerve-wracking.
Well, it is all-encompassing, I suppose. If you're naturally a shy person, this is kind of the antithesis of what your personality trait can provide, because you are open, exposed, and everything's there for you to see. And for some people, it could take more time than others. Right, Scott Marsh, get the calculator out.
Yeah.
140.
He knows. Board management is also important. You must make sure if you've got the chance to leave yourself on a finish, make sure you leave it.
91 left, so he should be going across for treble 17.
136. Charlie, you
No, he's
require
not. He had 92
61.
left. What? There's miscounts everywhere. 11 left. Double 4.
Game shot on
Doesn't matter, it's 2-0.
Charlie Martin.
Who cares? It was irrelevant anyway.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The difference is you're set up here, Henry. It's when you do it down there on the oche that it really hurts.
93.
You have to say, as you mentioned, Charlie's looking more and more settled. And it looks like he's slowly but surely manoeuvring towards his best performance of the day, averaging just under 89 here.
43. $60.
Yeah, that first up, the way it landed is normally perfect for Scott Marsh, just to lift it over the top, but just can't get the level right. Got the line now, but just getting that level.
100.
Well, luckily for Marsh, he can now just persevere with the 20s bed from 284.
$108.
He's 104.
95. Scott, you require 104.
Finds the treble to give himself a dart at tops.
84. Charlie, you require 170.
Yeah, this would be massive. This would hurt. Not going to go. So Scott Marsh back for double 10 for a leg on the board.
134. Scott, you require
Plays on a
20.
double. Marsh to bring it back to 2-1 and just ask the question of Charlie Martin.
Yeah, is that awkward? Just shuffles over slightly and can't
No
find a
score.
way over the top.
Charlie, you require 36.
And so this is for the double break, double 18, and Scott Marsh chastises himself in the background.
8.
But Martin
Scott, you
missing
require
3 darts
20.
for a 3-0 lead, and Marsh will get another go at double 10.
Moves across, tries to use that marker.
Again, it's awkward.
No score.
And you could see how awkward
Charlie,
it was.
you require 28. Game shot on the
No
third leg.
problems there.
Charlie
and Charlie
Martin.
races into a 3-0 lead. We've commented throughout the day, Scott Marsh, he's been denied
Fourth
chances
leg,
at the
it's
outer
Charlie
ring
to throw
because of his
first.
scoring. He's definitely picked up the
Game
scoring
on.
power in here as he has a conversation with his darts, but he's missed 10 on the outer ring. This time he's created the chances and not being able to take them. And actually, as a dart player, that's more frustrating.
It's like you work on one element and then the other element lets you down.
As you say, every player up there, human at the end of the day, and you can just have days that they just don't go.
I bet Charlie Martin could wish he could start the day again against Niels van Zanten, because since then, and since that first match, he has played so much better. Playing to the numbers and playing to the standard that I think at the beginning of the day we kind of expected from him.
$45.
And great expectations of him, particularly because of the year he's had, particularly because of the ADC Tour win, and we're getting huge glimpses of it, and he now has 155 for the match.
And you mentioned earlier that leg difference. This could go a huge way to helping that leg difference if he can see this match out at 4-0.
155.
Triple 19. Double 19.
117.
Would have been a 9 immaculate way to have finished off the match.
But you can just see the difference in the body language, the positivity as he steps up to the oki.
95. Charlie, you require 38.
Convincing. From Charlie Martin, he finishes off at 30. Darto, an average in excess of 91. He beats Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 0. It means that he's now on 4 points and he's beginning to build a pursuit up the league table. That, the tail of the tape, really good performance that from Charlie Martin. He'll take on Alex Small in his last game. The winner of that one will be on to 6 points. But after the break, it's Neil Duff and Bradley Brooks. Brooks wins this, he completes the card. Duff wins that game, he'll be on 8 points. And them two will be tied at the top going into Friday's joustings. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to enter the final round of fixtures and a big first game to kickstart that final round as Neil Duff takes on Bradley Brooks. Bradley looking to complete the card. He'll be 5-5 if he wins this game up against Neil Duff, who could join him on 8 points with a victory here. These two came through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Bradley actually missed a couple of darts, one at tops, one at tens, to be in Group B later on this evening. But boy, has his fortunes changed over the course of the last few hours or so. Up against Neil Duff, his third consecutive week here at the Super Series. He's hoping to at least end with a weekly title to his name. But it's all about positioning himself in this Group C.
It's
the top two.
First.
And for Bradley, the opportunity to go top of the table overnight.
Yeah, it feels like quite a big game already. I know we've got all day tomorrow to play, and these two will face off in their first matches tomorrow. But as you say, it could be a chance for Bradley to raise their head and go through the card.
100.
And if Bradley does win this game, he is guaranteed a 4-point lead overnight. Because Small and Martin play in the next game, and obviously they can only get to 6.
40.
Brooks wins this, he restricts Duff to just 6 points, and Van Zanten against Marsh will be squabbling over who finishes bottom overnight.
93.
Duff, hungry for the 2 points. As he finds the first maximum of the match.
100.
Yeah, these two would have already played each other 3 times this week. The advantage actually is with the Northern Irishman. Duff winning
91.
2 of the matches. Brooks just winning the 1.
58. Neil, you require 130.
Arguably, the best performances of the day have come from Bradley Brooks. However, I will say that last match went 2-0 down against Small. Did
Bradley
find a way, but really had to
150.
claw it back. Just seems to have dropped off the pace slightly, and you can't do that here because Neil Duff, as you say, definitely looks hungry for the win.
64. Neil, you require 86.
Double 16.
Game's
And
on
it
the
goes
first
1-0
leg,
to
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff. Well, the points ain't going to be served up on a plate for
Second leg, it's Bradley
either
to
player,
throw
that's
first.
for sure.
Game on.
But Bam Bam would be one happy man if he can complete the card and pick up 5 wins from 5.
140.
As for Duff, 8 will feel enough to really put him in the picture going into day 2.
60.
I think when you look at the field, and especially the unknown quantities with the players coming in, if you'd said to any of these players where you can finish today on 8 points, I think they would have bitten your hand off for it.
83.
Well, these were the 2 bookmakers' favourites, and if the truth be told, they were heavy favourites as well. Duff was 2-1, Brooks was 9-4, and the next player out, Charlie Martin, at 13-5. It's quite a hefty price away. So the bookies thought before this game, or before this session started, these were going to be the 2 main acts. And so far, it has proved to be the case, although Alex Small has come out from the pack as the wild card.
140.
And you can see
Bradley
why with
require
scores like this from the
138.
pair, why they came in as favourites.
Well, that's a shame, because if Bradley took that out, he could have worn that on his shirt for the next
Neil,
25 years.
121.
1-2-1 for Neil. Well, the
57.
inability to
Bradley
set up means that
require
Brooks has got a
99.
free darter here. 99. Tops. Just below. He will set up that
59.
target if he
Neil,
returns.
you require 64.
Great break opportunity here. Finds the 24 for tops. And Again, it goes low. It's a double 10.
44. Bradley, you
Yeah, the
require.
reaction just shows you he knows that's a wasted opportunity.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
Once
second
again,
leg. Bradley Brooks.
does the job for Bradley Brooks. And we have a level encounter at 1-1.
Third leg. It's Neil to throw first.
Focused
Game on.
is probably the key word here as far as Bradley's concerned. And we know he's a player, and we've seen it this week, and we've seen it whether it's on the Ali Pali
58.
stage or other stages, that at times you will see the full scope of emotions with him. Today, it has felt he has been within
100.
one with himself.
Yeah, and it's really paid off, even at 2-0 down against Small, and not finding really any
59.
scoring power compared to what we'd seen earlier on in the day. Just held on in there and took out some big finishes to level it up and then ran away with it. But it's something that comes with experience.
82.
And sometimes when you're in the moment, it's very hard to control those kind of raw emotions.
Raw and
100.
uncut. But he's blossoming in front of our very eyes here.
60.
He's also a player that at this level should feel like he should have tangible successes, Bradley Brooks.
100.
Yeah, and I think there's an expectation of him as well, because we've seen how well he can play, I should say, Ali Pali, former world youth champion. So with those kind of accolades behind you, having the tour card,
133.
you do have that both from people looking in, but it's the expectations you put on yourself. They're the ones that can weigh you down the most.
Well, this is a heavyweight game for the Super Series, let alone in a qualification Group C sense, but just all together. Two of the big beasts jousting it out, and is Brooks going to land a haymaker blow? The bullseye to do so. The bullseye for the break.
84.
But that was bish bash, and we won't talk about the last
84.
dart.
Yeah, it was a way off. Another 2-dart checkout for Duff.
Game
I
shot on
needed
the
3,
third
but
leg. Neil Duff.
finds it in 2-1 up.
Well, if you think about it, if we had a
Fourth
tournament
flag. It's Bradley
where
to throw
you could
first.
hand pick
Game on.
and invite the 16 players without a tour card that you would want to watch based on ability and everything like that, these two would probably make the cut for that competition.
93.
Yeah, until you start writing your list, and then you've probably got about 50 on there.
How many times have we done that in the past?
Yeah, absolutely.
These two again will be playing at the ADC Championship Tour Finals in November. Neil Duff, as we mentioned again, will take on Andy Bolt, and that really is a mouth-watering
100.
prospect. The taste buds salivate over them two going toe-to-toe. Whereas Bradley Brooks takes on Thomas Banks. You've got two players who are eligible for the World
100.
Seniors and two players who are eligible for the Dev Tour, though Bradley Brooks will lose that eligibility at the end of 2024.
98.
In opposite halves of the draw as well, them two, for that competition. So they could actually conceivably meet in the final.
140.
Yep, and that is the goal for both of them here, and they're both in a really strong position in Group C to at least make finals night.
140.
It's a real battle between these two. I don't know about you, but this feels like it's got 4-3 written all over it, and I
60.
still can't call
Bradley
it.
requires
Could come
70.
down to something as simple as just having advantage of throw, and that is what Neil Duff has got.
It's been a case of this and that so far, hasn't it? Toing and throwing. And level we are at 2-2. Big best of 3 this. Duff wins. We're level on points going into the final day.
Fifth flag. It's
If
Neil to throw
Brooks
first.
can find a break and
Game on.
rally off a hold of his own, then he will have a 4-point cushion going into tomorrow's
59.
play.
Oh, Duff, they're unable to find a treble, so if Brooks can pile on in, he can take the advantage to throw away.
100.
This is what you would call a proper game. Brooks averaging 91, Duff 87, doubling decent as well.
80.
And it's been a real contest where it's swung back and forth. The pendulum has moved in multiple directions.
80. 95.
I think what makes these games as well just so exciting is the fact that they're so close. There's not much to split them both in regards to the table, in regards to the performance. It's who's going to be able to just step up that one bit or take that one chance when they get it.
Well, Brooks is threatening the break. Duff, you sense needs another treble here. Does so, leaves himself on 127. Brooks needs at least a treble. Finds that treble. Another one would be deliciously delightful.
100. Neil, you require 127.
Brooks on a 2-darter. Duff 127 to possibly change the game. But he chased the treble. He paid the price, and so Brooks is back for 81. It may only be a dart of the bullseye,
81.
but he's going to get an opportunity, you sense, to get that break. 12 and bull. Bullseye, one in hand. Bullseye found for the break. Bradley Brooks is going to throw for the perfect day. Duff was sat on tops, hoping to put himself 3-2 up, but he has seen his opponent bed the ball. And as a consequence, this game and this group may well change on that one dart.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
57.
I can't record another bullseye finish today. I know there's been a lot threatened.
I can't. I really can't. I know Neil missed the ball, didn't he, for the 1-2-1, but...
Yeah, small miss for a 170.
$140.
Of course, if you haven't been keeping your eyes glued to the action, then you can keep across the best of it, courtesy of our highlights
59.
package on the Super Series YouTube channel, available at the end of play every single day. As soon as we depart, you can watch the best of it.
40.
And Brooks managing this crucial sixth leg well. In control of it, forcing Duff to do something good, which has kind of been what he's been doing to opponents all day. Forcing them to do something a little bit better than good.
$58.
I think for me, he's just maintained that consistency. He's been all in and around the kind of high 80s to low 90s mark pretty much consistently throughout the day.
100.
I just say when you do that to your opponents, you're just putting on that pressure constantly.
Again, that first dart's perfect. He'd love to hit a max, but he's going to shuffle across to the 18s. Leads himself on 68. Duff has to take this, simple as that.
Yeah, and it's not going to go.
57.
Now,
Bradley, you require
Duff can do
68.
is just hope for a chance.
Double 10.
Game shot.
And Bradley Brooks completes the card on the opening day of Group C. Bam Bam has hit some haymakers to the rest of the field. He had the disappointment of missing out on Group B yesterday, but as far as Group C is concerned, it's been perfect thus far. 5 from 5, 10 points to his name, a 4-point cushion guaranteed at the top of the table overnight. He is in very good stead to progress through to Saturday's finals. Even at this early stage of the group, he beats Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. That breaker throw, courtesy of that 81 out on the ball, was the turning point of the contest. Brooks 4, Duff 2. Next up is Charlie Martin in action against Alex Small.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks completed the card, getting the better with Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. And as you can see there, he has opened up a 4-point buffer overnight from Neil in second. Alex Small and Charlie Martin go toe-to-toe, so only one of them can get on to 6 points. And so Bam Bam is looking in a good position as far as this group is concerned. So then let's get into our penultimate match of the day. It sees Martin and Small go head-to-head. And for Charlie, it was a slow start to proceedings, losing his first couple of matches, but has got much better as the day's gone along. Averaged 91 to beat Scott Marsh 4-0 in game 12 up against Small. Had a very good passage in the middle of the session. Lost his last one to Bradley Brooks. Only one is really going to walk away happy with their day's efforts, you feel, Laura?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's one of those days, I think, for both players where they'll look back, reflect, and there were a few that kind of just got away from them. But as you say, whoever comes out of this victorious, I think they'll be happy on 6 points, especially the way that the day's panned out. Just as the match before against Duff and Brooks
59.
felt very important in the context of the table, so does this in terms of the chasing pack.
I think it's fair to say that this is a game that will be played at a very good pace. Both players very much get on with it. It's going to be a very good watch.
60.
And I think after what happened in game 1, if you gave Charlie Martin 6 points, he would have snapped your hand off.
Yeah, 100%.
135.
But that's kind of just giving yourself that opportunity to settle in. It's experience. Everyone just kind of deals with it differently, and unfortunately just all kind of unravelled on the very first leg, and it's quite hard to recover when you're in the match. You don't get a break, you don't come off stage, you don't have a breather, you're just in it. You have to learn to
59. Charlie require 135.
However, you're going to do it in the first game you play on this stage. Bullseye for the 135.
92.
Didn't have to go for it with Alec on 188, but decided to go for the shot, and he's left himself at 43.
58. Charlie require 43.
Leaves him tops.
Gave shot on the first leg.
This is much
Charlie Martin.
better from Charlie.
Headed low to go high, and Martin won the last.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first.
Perhaps ironically, slow start for Alex Small.
60. $100. $100. $140.
Yeah, Charlie just trying to wrestle the advantage. Has done slightly, depending on what Alec hits here.
53.
And again, that first dart hasn't gone in so far in this match for Alec, and he just can't adjust.
Well,
100.
C. Martin looking for a cold play to end the day.
56. Charlie, you require 161.
Draw 17. Would have left the bullseye.
97.
Yeah, I do think if that 51 had gone the way that Charlie's playing it, you'd expect him to have gone for the bullseye.
Charlie requires 64.
64 for the break and 64 for a 2-0 lead. Double 8. Oh,
No
he's
score.
done the Hogan.
Yeah, not completely disastrous. We'll come back for the same number.
Charlie requires 64.
Well, Alec hasn't been able to punish anything so far. Double 16.
48.
Does not go.
Alec,
So he'll
you
return for
require
double 8 if the 130 is a notched. Trouble for the bull. Does not go. And so Martin for 2-0.
60. Charlie, you require 16. Game
Two
shot on the
aces
second
foul.
leg.
Martin
Charlie
gets the break.
Martin.
He leads 2-0. And Alex Small's going to have to
Third
find
leg,
that
it's
higher
Charlie to
power
go
and the
first.
scoring variety
Game on.
to get chances against Martin.
$45. $137.
Yeah, better. Good switch there from Alex Small.
$140.
Would it be fair to say that today's been solid?
Yeah, I think that there's been possibly a couple of points. Martin's opening match. Van Zanten's been a bit up and down, but I think for the majority, yeah, I think they've been relatively solid performances all around the kind of mid-80s. Had a few in the 90s.
It's all been very good standard, hasn't it? But maybe not had those big standout moments.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
82.
But like you say, the big standout moments, they're wonderful when they happen, but you got to back it up. And I think for most players, they take consistency at that level than just having that one flashy big game.
41. Alec, you require 142.
But this would be flashy. But the 142 isn't going to go. But no, they needed to go because Charlie here on the throw has had a bit of a struggle. And so this game could return to throw very, very quickly. Searching but not
Alec, you
finding.
require
Small back
62.
for 2-1 and 6 from here.
22.
Yeah, and 6 he's going to need because missed the single 12. Has set it up, but could be under a bit of pressure.
100. Alec, you require.
So Alec
40.
here looking at tops to get the break of
Game
throw. He
shot
does
on the
exactly
third
that.
leg.
Back to
Alex
2-1
Small.
it goes. And suddenly when Charlie looked in complete and utter control of this game, Alex
Fourth
Small has
leg.
got the
It's
break
Alec
and
to
it
throw
could be back
first.
to
Game on.
2-2.
Small trying to reverse the fortunes. He found himself
93.
2-0 up against Brad Brooks, who came a 1-4-2. He's now looking to do the same to Charlie Martin here.
140. $94.
The key here for Martin is don't panic in this situation and scenario.
140.
Yeah, and I think that's something you kind of learn.
94.
As you know, we're aware. I mean, there's very little between them. Charlie's got a break and already suffered one back. So
60.
Be disappointed not to find a trouble there though, because it's just opened up the door again for Alec to level this game up at 2-2.
50. Charlie, you require 161.
Both down to a finish. Both big finishes. Yeah, and we saw Alec narrowly miss the 170 earlier on this afternoon.
137. Alec, you require 107.
Well, we haven't seen a gluttony of big finishes this week, but the bullseye for the fish will not be found.
Charlie, you require 24.
This for the break. Clips off the barrel and into the 12s, and Martin moves 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
14 darter as well. Really good leg at a pivotal time.
140.
Going through the gears now. Like an experienced campaigner, he looks far more
60.
attuned and at home now than he did against Marvin van Velzen earlier on today.
$100.
Yeah, good last there from Charlie Martin.
100.
Yeah, and a good last from Alec.
$121.
Charlie Martin looking
85.
in the leg
Charlie,
of the match.
you require 140.
This will be the biggest finish of the session, biggest finish of the day, but the 140 isn't going to go. But what he'd love for treble here,
60.
unable to oblige, leaves himself on 80 after 12 to seal a 4-1 win.
134. Charlie, you require 80.
Into the 5. Can't find the 25. So Alec here with a chance. Needs the 1-2-2, and you feel like it's got to go.
You require 122. $46. Charlie, you require 56.
Yeah, 56 required for the match. 16 for tops.
16. Alec, you require
That's wild.
76.
So just offers this opportunity here once again for Alec, who finds the treble. Needs double 8. Pins double 8, no problem.
Flag, Alec Small. Sixth flag, it's
And
Alec
so this
to
game
throw
goes on.
first.
And
on.
crucially as well, a break of throw for Alex Small. Back to 3-2. This game returning to throw.
58.
Last time we saw this happen, Charlie managed to produce a 14 dart leg.
43. $59.
I suppose now it's going to be a test of how Charlie reacts, because he's had that opportunity to win 4-1. He's now seen his opponent bring it back to 3-2.
100.
How did he deal with this scenario?
$136.
Yeah, it can be difficult as a player, especially when you've got a lead and you've had those chances. But also, what he's seeing is Alec is playing better and Charlie's just struggling on the treble.
Well, this is where Alec's experience can come into play here in this competition.
92.
It's something that you sense that he has to pounce upon.
123. Alec, you require 156.
This game could well be swinging on a pinhead here.
95.
This
Charlie,
for the
you
match,
require
135.
135.
Treble 15 would have left him top, so treble 17 does find it, so leaves himself 32.
Alec, you require
If he gets the
61.
chance to come back, 61 required here.
10 for double 16. Does not go, and so Charlie Mine has
Charlie, you
3 more for the
require
match.
32. Game shot.
Yeah,
and
but
the match,
only needs
Charlie
the one,
Martin.
and that is a victory for Charlie Martin, a 4-2 winner over Alex Small. That win sees Charlie Martin finish today on 6 points, Alex Small on 4 points. A very competitive tie between the two. Charlie Martin just under an 85 average, with Alex just over 80. 4 from 11 on the outer ring, 2 from 4 for Alec, but it is Charlie Martin who gets the victory. Well, do join us shortly for our last match, which is Van Zanten taking on Scott Marsh.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined in the studio by Bradley Brooks, who's had the perfect Thursday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Bradley, many congratulations. You had that frustration yesterday, didn't you, of just missing out on Group C, but fair to say you put that right today.
Yeah, I felt good today. I had a good night's sleep last night and felt good this morning, and I think I played a lot better today than I've showed in Group A, so I was really happy with it.
What do you think clicked today that maybe didn't quite work out in Group A?
I couldn't tell you. That's the problem. I couldn't tell you. But as soon as I walked in this morning, I felt really good. And in practice, I was playing well. And like you say, a game against one of my games I was 2-0 down. I think that was in a Group A. I'd have probably lost that game. So everything I just felt good today, and I was happy with it.
It's interesting because when we watched you play today, at times in Group A, we could see you get really frustrated. That was very visible to see. Whereas today, there probably wasn't one occasion that we can recall where that frustration ever really creeped. It looked like even when there was moments of going against you, you're managing to keep that within yourself.
Yeah, like you say, I felt comfortable from the minute I walked in, and I felt good all the games I was playing. So I was just really happy with the way I played and how I kept myself. And I think my first start was very good today compared to how it usually is. So,
is that you as a player that a lot of it maybe is dependent on feel, like how maybe certain conditions feel, how you feel, and then that can kind of be dependent on how games and days and events go?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's the same with everyone. If you don't feel good, you don't play good, and then if you start losing, you start worrying, and you think, when's the win going to come? But yeah, I felt good today.
That last game against Neil, did that feel must win to a certain extent because you knew how much of an advantage you had in the table if you did win that match?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Obviously, I know Neil very well. I know everyone can play in our group, but I thought if I could get the 5 out of 5, it gives me a good head start for tomorrow.
And it is a very good head start. That's you beating Neil there. And as far as the table's concerned, it looks very good for yourself because 10 points to your name. You're 4 points clear of Neil and Charlie. You've got to play Neil in your first game tomorrow afternoon. Is it a case of now knowing that you've got that 5 out of 5? Is it just keep picking up the victories and then know what will be enough tomorrow?
I think it's just coming tomorrow and just the same as I did today, because obviously I know Scott Mitchell was 5 out of 5 in the double draw week and didn't get through. So I'm not guaranteed, so it's just coming tomorrow with the same mindset I came in with today and hope I can do the same again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure Scott will be happy to be reminded of that. Bradley, many congratulations.
Cheers,
well
mate.
done today. We'll see you in action tomorrow. One more game to go for us, and that sees Niels van Zanten in action up against Scott Marsh. I'm going to head over to the commentary box to join Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And yeah, great to hear from Bradley Brooks. And yeah, I think a lot of us hope there's more of the same tomorrow for him because he has been outstanding throughout the day. Well, you join us here for the last match of the first day of Group C. Niels van Zanten has got the one win. It came in the very first match where he beat Charlie Martin 4-0. And Scott Marsh, one of the more experienced players here at the Super Series, but hasn't got any points to his name. Hasn't had the best of days by his standards, by most people's standards. Can he turn it around here? And I think he may sense an opportunity. He did push Charlie Martin, but just hasn't been able to convert.
First leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood there, getting the last game underway. And it's Niels with the darts. I'm really not sure what to expect from this game because we've seen different levels from both these players.
60.
It feels like the type of contest where both players will just try and eke out what there's left in the tank. I think for Scott, there was signs in that game against Bradley Brooks.
45.
Average 8.5. Just suppressed by the brilliance of Bradley in that game. And from that point onwards, he just never really got going again. And I think that's going to be a real frustration for him up against Neil, who won his first game and then lost with a 93 against Bradley. It turns out that he's been a bit of a nuisance, that bam bloke, to the rest of the field. And again, never really
100.
recovered from that. But we do know one thing about Scott Marsh, is he has got this perpetual role as spoiler. The last time he was here, he was kind of in a similar position to this. And then he picked up a win against Cam Krebschi, which eliminated him from the competition. So going into tomorrow, it doesn't matter how Scott Marsh plays, he has got that
60.
game in him somewhere. Just needs to try and find it.
Yeah, I agree. And even that match against Charlie Martin, yeah, he did lose 4-0, but he actually had the opportunities on the outer ring, which he hasn't had so much in the other matches. But he missed 0 from 10. So, you know, the scoring was there or thereabouts, but he couldn't actually convert the legs. So when he's got one bit right, can't get the next bit right. So he just needs one of those matches where it all kind of comes together.
Pit stop there for Van Zanten. Not quite like McLaren, a bit more like Ferrari. Those of you up with your F1 will know exactly what I'm on about.
96.
Anyway, these two hoping to bring it up to the max as we head towards the end of our afternoon session. We'll be back tonight for 10 more games in Group B. And we're going to see the debut of Gemma Hayter in this building. We're going to see the return of Richard Rowlands, who made the last Champions Week. Kieran Tierney, the first ever winner in this building. And then the man who's won more than anybody else in a weekly sense here, Steve West, and Laban will be back.
Yeah, it's quite a hard group to pick three that kind of go through from that, just because of the kind of different things that, that each player brings.
Niels, you require 129.
Are we going to see a supersized moment? Van Zanten looking for the double-double, was unable to oblige,
93.
but he's going to leave himself on
require
double 18
96.
nonetheless. So Van Zanten
56.
is going to
Niels,
return.
require
Double 18
36.
is what he's looking for 1-0 lead. And it goes.
First
Van
leg. Niels
Zanten
Van
one up.
Zanten.
Yeah, that really is his go-to double.
Second leg. It's
Van
Scott to
Zanten.
throw first. Game on.
There was 9 legs between the pair before a dart was thrown, so
85.
even a 4-0 win for Scott Marsh in this game would have seen him bottom of the pile going into day 2, but he could be cut adrift by 4 points. And
60.
we said this is the bottom of the table tussle, but if Niels Van Zanten wins this game, he'll be on 4 points. And he plays the first game against Scott tomorrow, so there is a possibility and a conceivability that he could go into
100.
game 2 of tomorrow, level on points of a qualification spot.
Yeah, and it's a good point, and that Bradley Brooks made when you just had a
58.
chat with him about. Apologies, Scott, for referencing it once again, but just because you win 5 doesn't mean you're necessarily safe. So, to have that knowledge and that thought process in your arsenal, I think it's really important.
60.
As players, you want to go up there and win absolutely everything, but sometimes when you're qualified, you can just relax because it's almost job done.
Well, Scott Mitchell's in this commentary box tomorrow, so you know what question 1's going to be.
Yeah, I
58.
can only imagine. I'll be tuning in.
How do you mess up a lead with 10 points at the top of the table going into day 2?
Yeah, you've got to do that in studio and don't pre-warn him just to see the facial reaction that you'll get.
140.
I might not survive. Marsh looking at 116. He's looking to level this game up at 1-1.
92. Scott, you require 116.
And he has got time on his side. Tops. Be just the 5th ton plus checkout of the day.
96.
Set up for double 10.
Yeah, to say he has got time, but that was wild for double top.
89. Scott, you require 20.
Double 10. In it
Game's on the
goes.
second
Level
leg.
match.
Scott Marsh.
1-1. And Scott cutting that figure of why is it happening now. He looks
Third
like a
leg.
man
It's Niels to
that
throw first.
would be happy just to
Game
head
on.
back into bed and then hope that the alarm clock set off again and it was still Thursday the 12th of September.
Yeah, you do have days in
100.
darts that you just want to do over. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. You just got to make the most of the situation.
Well, they do say, don't they? I don't know how
97.
up with superstitions you are. But they do say that there's certain parts of the world where Thursday the 12th is deemed the unlucky day and not Friday the 13th, which is tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd say Scott may
140.
tune into that kind of thinking.
I think there's parts of, I think there's like the Mediterranean and places like that, like they think Thursday the 12th is worse than Friday the 13th.
100.
Well, you get both this week, so if you're superstitious, then Yeah, perhaps not the weekend, not the week for you to play.
$60. $100.
Good last start, that. A ton that was built upon for Marsh. Starting and seemingly the minute ending the day well, but the middle has
45.
not cooperated.
Yeah, I will say for both these players, it feels like a real effort to kind of get to this level, the level that they need.
60. Niels, you require 156.
Neil's looking at 156 to move himself 2-1 to the good in this game.
$96. Scott, you require 144.
So Van Zanten will return for 60 to put his nose in front of 2-1 and to put him halfway towards a win, which would put him onto 4 points and just about keep himself in the mix as far as this group is concerned. Double 10, that went just below the double top bed. That goes just wide to the white of the double 10 bed.
Yeah, double 11 left.
62. Niels, you require 20.
Double 10. Can he clip it across? Too far. Double 5.
15. Scott, you require 22.
So back in for double 11. Goes wide. So single 3 for double 4.
Game shot on a
Does
third
find
leg.
the target.
Scott Marsh.
Feels like one of those games. It's gone break of throw on
Fourth flag.
each occasion. It's
Scott's
which
in row
player can
first.
kind of hold it together long
Game
enough
on.
to get across the winning line.
Two players with days that have not gone to plan, playing each other at the end of it, and they're just trying to find a way of getting and eking
100.
something out of the end of the session. And I think you can see it in their mannerisms that they're two players that are just looking to almost rediscover
100.
that confidence and form.
Yeah, when it hasn't gone your way, it's not the worst thing in the world to actually finish on a positive, on a high, on a win.
49.
And it's amazing how players' psyches could be so dependent on a result. Say, for example, Bradley lost that game to Neil Duff, and Scott Marsh won his last game. Bradley would have won 4 games and lost 1 and would have been disappointed,
59.
whereas Marsh would have won 1 and lost 4 but would have been happy. That's how a dart player minds whirl.
Yeah, it really is kind of, you're as good as your last match. But it's the same kind of analogy that you could use for
60.
Just a score. If you hit a treble 20 first and then you hit 2 1s, it's a terrible score. If you hit 2 1s and hit a treble 20, you kind of feel like you've got away with it. So
$60. $45.
And you could just tell that the tanks are reaching empty. Just trying to drain out what else they have got in their exhaust and their fumes.
60.
Yeah, these are the matches where just 1 or 2 big scores can really, really turn a game around.
60.
It needs a spark. It needs the blue touch paper being lit.
65.
Van Zanten leaves himself on a finish on 157. Marsh looking to set up for 3-1 lead. What he would give for another treble.
99.
Leaves himself on a 2
Hills
darter.
require 157.
Yeah, has to settle for 99. And we'll be back to see if we can check out 88.
97. Scott, you require 88.
3-1. Marsh looking at 88. Sifts wide. 73 left. 70 left.
28. Niels, you require 60.
For Desmond.
No score. Scott, you
There's
require
always an irony with
60.
that. If you've struggled throughout a match to find a treble 20, you know you're going to get it when you've got 60 left. But Marsh makes sure, goes high and
Game shot
finds
on
the
full
double.
flag. Scott Marsh.
Goes 3-1 ahead.
Perfect guide as well, that first dart. Just to cushion it off.
Fifth flag.
Well,
It's Niels
they're
to
going
throw
for the
first.
helter-skelter of emotions
Game
there. And I don't think Scott Marsh is overly pleased with oneself.
on. 100.
Yeah. Despite how he must be feeling up on the hockey, he is 3-1 ahead.
1 away.
57.
1 away. I suppose it's not easy being green, is it, Laura?
Very good.
41. $100.
Well, Niels Van Zanten has a couple of fish on the back of his shirt, but at the minute it looks like Scott Marsh has him hook, line and sinker.
Yeah, just hoping to reel him in.
60.
Good God. However, Van Zanten's first to finish here, and he's forced Marsh to hit 2 trebles for him to do something similar.
$57. Niels, you require 106.
6 from here to make it 3-2. But Marshall feel if he could just put a score in, the way this game's going, he may get a
63.
chance to win the game in this leg.
Yeah, could this be the score you mentioned?
140. Niels, you require
Good visit there.
97.
But it's Van Zanten first for a 2-dart checkout. 76 left.
There's a couple of trains of 4 here, and he goes double 18 for double top to bring it back to 3-2 and to restrict Scott Marsh the opportunity to win the game there and then. But he will have the darts here to see this game home.
Game on. $60.
Yeah, and it's frustrating for Scott Marsh. You can just see from the response.
$140.
And we saw it with Van Zanten in that early match when he beat Charlie Martin 4-0 in the very first game. Very tentative start from both players, but
55.
Van Zanten seems to be one of those players. He can actually get more confident as the finish line gets closer. It's a good start to this leg for him.
125.
Yeah, and a good follow-up too. And I don't know about you, Henry, but it feels like one that's going all the way.
Did it does. We are eking closer to our crescendo leg. This symphony of fine, fine tungsten may well be drawing to the close, and the curtain may well close
60.
alongside it.
$99.
Yeah, Scott just trying to stay in touching distance. We've seen it before with Van Zanten. He can miss on the outer ring. Saw him bust 60 with a treble 20.
100.
Could well be heading the distance. And you know what? This game deserves a last leg decider, you feel?
Niels, you require 76.
Well, last time he had 76 with 2 darts in hand. We saw a double 18, double tops, single. Now for double 18 as the target.
Big dart, big moment. Big miss.
Scott, you
Because
require
Marsh is back for the
108.
match. 108. And if it doesn't go, we could be going the distance, you know. We might be going the distance, you know.
48. Niels, you require 36.
It's one of the matches we said was quite difficult to call, and we know Van Zanten likes double 18.
Double 9. One left. And he may be left bereft because Scott Marsh comes back for 60 to win this game. Perfect dart. Tops. Double 10 to get his first win on the board. He finds double 10. And Scott Marsh gets the better of Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 2. And it means that he gets his first win on the board. He ends the day with a win in the battle between the bottom two. A smile on the face of Scott Marsh. He beats Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 2. And that culminates and concludes our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Bradley Brooks won 5 out of 5. There's a chasing pack on 6. And myself and Laura Turner will be assessing everything that we have seen in this afternoon session when we return after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group C has come to a close, and I have Laura Turner alongside me, who has been watching all of the action in the commentary box. This is what we've seen on this Thursday afternoon, and it was an afternoon that was really dominated by Bradley Brooks. He'd won 5 out of 5 in that afternoon session, and you have to say that he's been very impressive.
Yeah, he has. To me, he's been the standout player. But when he's found himself in trouble, he hasn't panicked about it. He went 2-0 down against Alex Small, who was playing very, very well, but just remained calm, remained focused. And it was interesting when you spoke to him earlier, just the fact that he felt better today, he felt good, and it just transitioned onto the board. And yeah, he's a deserved winner of 5 games.
Let's talk about the real good bits. And in terms of his control of games as well, we were speaking to him in the studio a few moments ago, and it's that composure at key moments that maybe at times was lacking. He just felt far more settled today.
Yeah, and he's had a few days here, hasn't he? I mean, you see him take out the 105 against Alex Small in that match. Like I say, that was a real turning point. He'd taken out the 63 to make it 2-1 from 2-0 down, then backed it up with a 105, then completely ran away with it, held it all together in really key moments as well. We say all the time, it's about timing, but that really was for Bradley Brooks. And like I say, he feels like he deserves out of the field to be top of the table.
Neil Duff is his closest competitor as far as this group is concerned. 3 wins. How do you think he'll overall assess upon today?
Yeah, I think, he's played very well. He's been unfortunate in the matches that he has lost. They've run pretty tight. However, Neil Duff, he wants to go out there and win absolutely everything. I'd say he's in his 3rd consecutive week here at the Super Series. He wants to get in to Saturday's finals, and now he's just got a bit more work to do by losing those couple of games.
Let's talk about Charlie Martin, because it was a slow start to the day. That first game didn't go to plan, I think that's fair to say. But since then, the way that he came back from that and he returned from that setback is very applaudable.
Yeah, 100%. It's difficult, when you're debuting here and you haven't quite played in this kind of atmosphere before, in front of cameras, and it's quiet as well. It's very different to anywhere else we play. It takes some players, a little time to settle down, and we saw that with Charlie. But once he'd settled, we started to see some really good stuff for him, and I think he's on the opposite side to Neil, perhaps coming out with 6 points, but happy because he had those early losses.
Alex Small will feel as if the day looked as if after 3 games was going to go in a very good direction, but at the end of the day, he's probably going to feel as if there was points maybe left out there.
Yeah, kind of the opposite perhaps to Bradley. It was timing. He just missed it at key moments, let his opposition in, who took their chances against him. But I think he's played very well, especially compared to what he did when he came here last time. Didn't have a good first day. I think he had a much better first day today, played very, very consistently, but just didn't quite get all the results.
Niels van Zanten had that 1-2-1, had that magical moment, had that first win, but other than that, never really worked out for him today.
No, in his consistency for me, you can see that there's moments of greatness, as you say, but if you can't maintain them against players of the calibre that we're seeing, then unfortunately it's just not going to pan out. I mean, there's the 1-2-1. That was to secure a 12-dart leg as well. So that's fantastic. If you can maintain anything around the kind of 15 darts, then you're going to be turning heads, but you just couldn't do it regularly enough.
Let's have a look at the table then. Following the end of the first day's play, Bradley Brooks leads the way, has a 4-point lead over Neil Duff and Charlie Martin overnight. Alex Small on 4, Niels van Zanten on 2, and Scott Marsh winning that final game of the session. Now, Bradley mentioned in that interview about what we're going to call the Scott Mitchell conundrum, where you win 5 games on the first day and don't go through. Bradley was involved last week. Okay, admittedly, he's in a different group. But the fact that he's aware of what happened to Scott last week, does that make you wiser in the mind and actually focuses you in a little bit more going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. And I think you're brave for coining it after Scott Mitchell, who's actually here tomorrow in comms. But when you've seen that happen to an opponent, then I think it makes you more focused. I think he's hyper aware that five wins out of 5 on day 1, you can't do any better. But it doesn't guarantee you're definitely going to make it, because it's only 2 that go through in this group. So, he needs to get a couple more early wins under his belt. Tough 2 opening games for him. But, for me, I think he's learned from other people's mistakes.
So tonight is all about Group B, and we're going to see the debut here at the Live Lounge for Gemma Hayter, who's been a real enigma in 2024, coming back to the sport after a bit of time away, and is taken to the women's series like a duck to water.
Yeah, I was going to say, as debuts go, if it's anything like the women's series for Gemma, then she's going to be absolutely fine here this evening. And really, I think she's another one of those players. It's very hard to pick two players that aren't going to go through out of that group. I think if Gemma can play at the levels that we've seen from her at the women's series, then yeah, she's going to be a bit of a challenge for everyone else.
We'll talk a little bit more about her this evening, but what are her key qualities and her key strengths?
I mean, her scoring power, and you know, she's very, very. Once she gets into her range, you know, scoring power. But she's, you know, again, strong finishes, big finishes as well from her. But she just seems so at ease for someone that's been away from the sport for quite some time. She's very, very at ease, confident on the oche as well. So hopefully, she just brings that into tonight's. You know, we get to see kind of the full Gemma.
All that to look forward to later. Laura, thank you for now. See you a bit later on. We'll see you a little bit later on as well, 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B gets underway and see how Gemma Hayter quits on debut.